very, very heavy. And it has a very large supporting base. So just like the Eiffel Tower in Paris, it has a huge stability. It is helped by the fact that the crane will weather vane, which means that it'll always point in the direction of the wind, which means that it'll get heavy winds will come from the tail end.
Come rain or shine, the Kroll stands head and shoulders above the competition. It's truly in a league all its own.
Anything which is the largest in the world has an automatic attraction to anybody. I've been involved in tower cranes since I was a very young man, and now being involved in the largest in the world just cannot fail to attract one's attention. It's the largest in the world by a very large margin. It's over 3 times as large as the next largest.
Whether it's the Kroll or one of his smaller brothers, many find it ironic that these monster lifters can even support themselves on such a small base. But the true irony is that by using the laws of physics, tower cranes seem to defy the laws of gravity. And for those who have come to love these monsters, it's hard to admit that the Kroll 10,000 may be the last of its kind. Maybe.
You ready to play?
Always ready to play.
How many Elvises does it take to take Las Vegas?
Let's do it.
On TLC, see daredevils perform death-defying stunts, and who gave this guy a license? World's Worst Drivers. And if you like bikes, don't miss the Mecca of Motorcycle Madness. Check it out Sunday, beginning at 8 on TLC.
Some people look at something like this and see only trash. I see innovation. Some folks would call this a blight on the landscape. Not a blight! Not a blight! I refer to it as lady ingenuity. Some think this is worthless. Good to be forgotten. When I look across these pretty chunks of twisted, rusted metal, I see the mother of all inspiration.
Junkyard Wars, Monday at 8 on TLC.
Help! A little help, please! Help! A little help, please!
Thank you. Can you get that?
This monster can lift more weight than any other machine on Earth. But you better grab your water wings, because this salty dog doesn't need dry land to leverage and lift loads of astronomical size. It's a semi-submersible crane vessel, and it is one of the most powerful lifting machines ever created. Semi-submersible cranes are the muscle behind offshore construction projects. Building an oil platform is mere child's play for this waterborne behemoth. Its design consists of 2 massive cranes sitting atop a floating double pontoon hull. And they sure aren't a dime a dozen. Only 4 of these vessels exist in the entire world.
To give you an idea of the scale of the size of this particular vessel, it would not be able to fit under the roadway of the Golden Gate Bridge.
The enormous vessel is a floating city with every amenity. There are living quarters for 700 crew. It even has its own restaurant, hospital, and power plant. The crane's size is only matched by its strength. Its twin booms can lift 7,100 tons each.
That's incredible. I mean, the size is unbelievable. A really good-sized office building may have 14,000 tons of steel in it. You're talking about cranes that are capable of going over and picking up a parking garage full of automobiles at one time.
To lift that much weight, the vessel needs an incredible amount of power. The giant winches and ballast system are driven by a 42,000 kilowatt power station. That's enough juice to light up a small town. Everything about this beast is massive. The hook alone weighs 25 tons, and it is connected to 15 miles of thick steel cable. All of this lifting power sits on huge double pontoons, which are at the bottom of this boat's success. When operating, the pontoons plunge 80 feet under the ocean's surface, providing a steady base in the liquid realm. Using the dynamic positioning system, huge computer-controlled propellers keep the vessel in position. At the same time, giant compressors and pumps move water through the vessel to balance the crane load. Using this system, the vessel won't move even a foot out of position. The legendary strength of the T-Alp was recently put to a test in the notoriously rough North Sea. Here, an offshore oil platform called Shearwater was being constructed. The entire deck was first built in England and then towed from the River Tyne to the North Sea. The $160 million structure took 2 years to build. It was then hauled the 120 miles to the waiting platform. In an operation that took less than 6 hours, the entire deck, weighing nearly 12,000 tons, was lifted onto the Shearwater platform by the T-Alp. The lift established a new world record for a semi-submersible crane vessel. And for an encore, this floating phenomenon completed the job by lifting a 600-ton incinerator module and a 250-foot bridge that connected the two platforms.
These production platforms and production decks are huge. They can be hundreds of feet square and hundreds of feet high and weigh thousands of tons. So, you know, it's like picking up something like a quarter of a city block in size in one piece. Most people are unaware that these type of vessels exist. The technology involved in them is as great as the space program.
But high tech is no guarantee on the high seas. Out in the deep, Mother Nature can easily rock the boat, and maintaining position becomes increasingly difficult. Even the T-Alp has to batten down the hatches.
That's the real push in the offshore industry right now. And the depths we've worked in the Gulf of Mexico, 100 feet, 150 feet, the North Sea, 300 feet, 400 feet, and now 4,000 feet, 5,000 feet, and going to 6,000 feet. That's the real challenge for the future.
And for the men who live their lives around these monsters, taming weight, height, and Mother Nature with these man-made beasts is the ultimate thrill.
It's very exciting to work with these vessels because the scale of what you're working with as an engineer, it's the ultimate in what you can do. It's worth more than money to work on it.
From dry land to open sea, monster lifters are busy elevating objects of ridiculous dimensions and preposterous proportions. From bridges to tree stumps, containers to skyscrapers, and through wind, rain, or worse, if you need something heaved or hoisted, lifted or shifted, leave it to these monster machines to make light of the world's weightiest work.
If you like this TLC show, you can own it on video. Call this number and get your own high-quality VHS tape of the episode you just watched for only $19.95 plus shipping and handling. Satisfaction guaranteed. Call now to order.
Next on TLC, extracting needed coal from the ground is a big job and requires big gear to get it done. Get inside these monster machines, massive miners, next on TLC.
Don't believe what your mother told you. There are monsters. They are enormous and have very big teeth. They can be found deep in the bowels of the planet, taking giant-sized bites out of old Mother Earth. They're big, bad, and bent on chewing it up and spitting it out. Get up close and personal with the mightiest of mining machines. Next on Monster Machines. Teeth. Speed. Power. This monster machine's mission is very simple: to tear, rip, and remove Earth as fast as it can. This giant is the front-end loader, and it is the most versatile monster miner of all. A giant front-end loader can sink its imposing teeth into the terrain and tear out tons of earth in a matter of seconds. It operates in locations where speed and mobility are key. Want to swim? This bad boy can dig you a pool faster than you can say cannonball. Using its massive bucket, it can hoist more than 100,000 pounds of dirt.
The size of the machine is what just is always astounding. It's like driving this 3-story house. And when you're setting up on top of this thing, you're 2 stories off the ground, and you've got the power to move 50 tons of earth in seconds. It's a really powerful feeling to set up on top of this beast and ride around on it. And I think people are into these machines because we were all the kids playing in the sandbox at one time. I mean, that's what these machines do. They're digging in the dirt. I mean, we all played with little Tonka toys as a child. Now we just have the biggest ones in the world.
This definitely would have to be about every man's fantasy for a toy. The only thing it really doesn't come with is missile launchers. And unfortunately, they won't let us put them on it.
Front-end loaders have been around for a while. The first were built in the 1930s. By 1952, they could lift 10 tons. But nothing in the past ever approached the gargantuan size of the machines available today.
I've been designing these pieces of equipment for about 10 years now, and I've yet to get over just the sheer size of these machines. It's just an awesome piece of equipment, and what it can do, what it can pick up, it's amazing. You never get over how big these machines are.
Letourneau makes the biggest front loader of them all. Can't picture this Goliath? Think of a 2-story building with big teeth and an urge to dig.
Our front-end loaders are the biggest front-end loaders in the world. They can lift more dirt, move it faster, quicker than anything else on the planet.
The Letourneau is made at a plant in Longview, Texas, where people definitely enjoy what they do.
We dream these things up, put it on paper, and then follow the design through the shop. We have a huge team for creating these monster machines.
It takes 16 weeks to build one of these loaders. At this factory filled with its own monster machines, every loader is built from scratch. Starting at the electric arc furnace where the raw steel is melted.
After a steel ingot is poured, these large tongs will move them to the rolling mill where you roll it out flat like cookie dough. We have these large magnets that literally come and lift these pieces of plate with magnetic forces and move them around the yard.
Nothing about building this massive machine is easy. Monster-sized parts require monster-sized steel, which has to be cut, moved, and shaped with monster-sized tools.
It takes big machines to build big machines. You have to have stuff to handle it, to keep someone from getting hurt, also to keep tearing up the inside of the plant. You got to have big machines to handle big machines.
Each of the 4 tires on a giant loader weighs 7.5 tons. That's 30 tons of rubber on a single machine. If you want to change a tire, you'll need a forklift and crane.
The forklifts that we have here are far bigger than anything that you could buy on the open market. Things that we could purchase, they're just too small to build a big machine like this.
It takes 2 of these 150,000-pound capacity cranes to lift the equipment up onto stands. Once we get the equipment high enough on stands, we move the tires in. The driver assembly goes in first. We move that onto the axles, and then once that's into the axles, the tires mount next.
People that's not around large machines have a hard time realizing what a machine with 13-foot tires on it looks like. You just imagine a 6-foot man standing beside these tires, and he's got 7 foot of tires above his head.
Fully attired, loaders are mean, lean, earth-moving machines, built to take as much abuse as they dish out.
A loader has to be a very strong piece of equipment. A loader's life is every 40 seconds you're running into a brick wall. You're picking up 50 tons, you're dumping it into a truck, and then you turn around and you run into that brick wall so you can pick up another 50 tons. And this is 7 days a week, day in, day out.
Powering these wrecking machines are engines pumping more ponies than the Kentucky Derby. 2,000 horsepower electric motors that can pound, shunt, dig, and destroy anything in their path.
We have enough electric power on this machine to power a small city. We feed that power into a wheel motor on each corner of the machine where it's 4-wheel drive. These wheel motors are 500 horsepower. It's like having a NASCAR engine on each tire of this machine.
And this machine is more than just muscle. The loader comes fully equipped with a sophisticated onboard computer, a synthesis of steel, rubber, and silicon chips.
It's got more processing power than you find in your average desktop because it has 17 different microprocessors on it running all the time to keep it going.
In the old days, loaders were driven with massive steering wheels and complex hydraulic levers. They might have to change direction close to 500 times a day, which meant a lot of sweat for the man in the cab. By comparison, the new loaders are easy to handle. They're controlled with 2 joysticks, one for the steering and one for the bucket. Put this giant in gear and step on the gas, and you'll find out it's nothing short of a joyride.
It's somewhat of a cross between a roller coaster and a go-kart. It's got a lot of acceleration, and it gives you a little bit of a rocking ride as you're rolling around, so it's kind of fun that way. You have to strap yourself in. But it gives you a tremendous sense of power, too, because it's just a huge machine.
The front-end loader is the complete monster mining package.
For me, the coolest part is when you actually get to play with it. When we first started playing with this loader on the test track, we had to watch out because we almost pushed through our dirt pile. It's got a lot of power, a lot of aggressiveness to it. It just really likes to dig holes.
I think every little kid that played in a sandbox has got to be envious of what we do here. We have the biggest sandbox and the biggest toys on the block.
Who said grown-ups don't know how to have fun?
Monday. Take the plunge with the yellow and the orange when they race for gold. 20 feet deep. Finally, there's good trash on television. Junkyard Wars. Monday at 8, only on TLC.
Reactor 3 at critical mass. Core temperature still rising.
Close the flow channels. Activate the hydrogen recombiners.
Meltdown.
Do it.
In 10 seconds.
Are you new to the team?
Well, actually, I'm with the tour group. But I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Stay smart. Stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
Her hand isn't ordinary when she's the one you love. To slip an extraordinary gift onto it, come to K Jewelers. Give your Valentine case-created ruby ensemble with diamonds, hand-selected for exceptional beauty.
Every kiss begins with K.
K Jewelers.
Ready to play? Always ready to play.
It was a night. How many Elvises does it take to take Las Vegas?
Time to go to work, baby.
Kurt Russell, Kevin Costner, Courtney Cox, Christian Slater, Kevin Pollak, David Arquette, Howie Long, Bokeem Woodbine, Ice-T.
You almost hit me! You nuts?
Probably. 3,000 Miles to Graceland. Rated R. Starts Friday, February 23rd.
We think you need to integrate your global supply chain,
move assembly overseas,
and accelerate inventory velocity.
Great. Do it.
Sir, we don't actually do what we propose.
We just propose it.
UPS can help redesign your supply chain and make it work. From managing your logistics to financing your inventory, we deliver more than just packages.
Can you believe that guy?
UPS, moving at the speed of business.
Sunday on TLC. See Daredevil's cheat death and terrifying stunts. And who gave this guy a license? World's worst drivers. Then, get ready for the best biker party ever.
I've never seen so many bikes.
Descend on Daytona for a week of races and rowdy mayhem.
Pretty girls, hot bikes, cool chicks.
It's an adult party.
Don't miss the mecca of motorcycle madness.
You have to see it to believe it.
Check it out. Sunday, beginning at 8 on TLC.
This is DirecTV, the #1 digital satellite entertainment service. Now available with the $200 mail-in rebate. Order today and get more channels with 100% digital quality picture and sound. It could cost less than what you currently pay. You'll get access to premium channels like HBO, Stars, and Showtime. Exclusive sports subscriptions, plus your top local channels, and up to 55 pay-per-view choices every day. Call now to take advantage of this $200 mail-in rebate. Work the numbers. A DirecTV system and standard installation from DirecTV costs about $200. So after the rebate, it costs practically nothing. Just call and order today. You'll get a DirecTV system delivered with professional installation. So call now for a $200 mail-in rebate. Hurry, offer ends soon. We love this stuff even more than you do.
This monster moves mountains for a living. Its massive bucket can rip out 200 tons of earth with each scoop. But what's really mind-blowing is the way this beast gets to work. It walks. It's called the walking dragline, and it's one of the most unusual monster machines on Earth. A dragline doesn't rely on rims and rubber to make a move. No, this big fella's got feet. Quite a feat when you factor in the dragline weighs 12 million pounds. The stomping ground for this monster? Open pit coal mines. And the dragline's job? To give the earth a facial by removing the topsoil to reveal that precious commodity hidden below we know as coal. In certain geologic regions, coal seams can be found a mere 100 to 200 feet below the surface. Using a massive bucket, this Bigfoot scoops up vast quantities of dirt. With a reach about the length of a city block, the dragline can shift 200 tons of material 100 yards in a blistering 60 seconds, using a boom to drop it where the coal has already been mined. Working 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, the dragline is one of the cheapest and most effective ways to cash in on the coal. At just 35 cents per cubic yard of material moved, it's 50% cheaper than other methods. And forget about an army of helmet-clad miners. It takes only 2 men to tame this beast. Draglines have been around since the early 1900s. In addition to mining, they've been used to dig canals and harbors all around the world. The largest ever built, nicknamed Big Muskie, could hold an entire marching band in its colossal bucket. While there's no doubt this machine is enormous, what really sets the dragline apart is its footloose and fancy-free moves.
The first time I saw a large walking dragline, I was about 10 years old, and I was so impressed with that machine that I've been hooked on them ever since. And the fact that this machine slides along the ground instead of using wheels or crawler tracks, I thought was really neat.
And when it's time to take a hike, the dragline drops 2 enormous shoes, gets to its feet, and thrusts itself backwards.
I guess one thing that people ask about that, how does it actually walk? If you can imagine that you're sitting in an armchair and these are your shoes, and this is the point of rotation. You just bring this down till it hits the arm of the chair and then lift yourself up and scoop backwards. So it does that about every 20 seconds, and it always goes backwards away from the boom.
A dragline needs feet to step lightly because it's working on shaky ground.
The whole objective is to decrease the ground pressure under these huge machines. In the case of a large shovel, which walks on tracks, the tracks exert a very high ground pressure. A walking dragline sits on a large circular tub, which is almost the width of the whole machine. That is the lowest ground pressure you can possibly obtain. When the shoes come down on the ground, they're also very large in area and also reduce the ground pressure. And this allows the dragline to walk on top of the pit over relatively soft ground without getting stuck.
This bad boy also takes the pressure off the owner's wallet.
It's much cheaper to build a walking dragline than to build the crawler tracks. With all their separate drive motors, the walking dragline simply has 2 shoes that work in a circular motion, and the tub itself has no power to it. It's a very simple and cheap way of moving a big machine.
Simple and cheap is relative, though. If you want a dragline of your own, take a number and prepare to wait. Because every one of these monsters is custom built.
Someone decides to invest in a dragline, it's sometimes 8 or 10 years or more before they're actually in the mining business. A dragline of this size will cost around $50 million.
Order this toy and it arrives on 150 train cars. And it definitely requires assembly. Total time to complete this Pandora's box of a brute is a mind-boggling, bolt-tightening, nut-finding full 24 months. Completion comes with the installation of the mighty boom, a perilous proposition.
The lifting of a boom for a drag line is, I'd say it's a little bit touchy. It's kind of a tense moment. You know, you're talking about a boom that weighs hundreds and hundreds of tons that may be up to 400 feet long out there. And it's built laying on cribbing on the ground and has to be raised and pinned into its final position.
With the boom in place, assembly is complete, and the dragline is ready to roll up its sleeves and dig in. Today's modern draglines are sights to behold. They have their own kitchens, dining rooms, even lockers. The cab is filled with electronics. Closed-circuit TVs mean one man can watch the whole machine while he works.
Yeah, okay, you're clear to swing.
The dragline has enabled open-pit miners to stay competitive in this costly business. Since World War II, the price of coal has dropped drastically, while mine operators have had to dig ever deeper in their pockets. But to ensure that this monster is not a big drag on the bottom line, it'll keep churning at a mine until the last lump of coal has been cleared. It's a marriage of machine and materials that can last as long as 40 years, ensuring the company's investment will see a return.
Lord, it's hot. It is hot. Bob, turn up the AC, man. I'm getting nothing back here.
Thanks to a liquid-cooled oil cooler that comes standard on its 32-valve I-Force V8, the Toyota Tundra can tow up to 7,200 pounds, even in extreme conditions.
Bob, you remember that time you cradled me in your armpit? It is that hot right now.
The Toyota Tundra, better from the ground up.
Hey, look, meet Mirage.
What helps create wireless home networks? Texas Instruments Programmable DSP. The hardware and software behind wireless technology. From the world leader in DSP and analog, Texas Instruments.
Hey, Bobby, how was the weekend?
Went to the in-laws. They had cable.
Basic?
Afraid so.
Hey, I'm sorry. The kid's okay?
They're still young.
Listen, Bob, if you need to talk.
We love this stuff, even more than you do. Now get the best in home entertainment with a $200 mail-in rebate.
It's here, waiting for you. Inside is unlimited strength and power. It builds confidence and reshapes your body. It can change everything. This is Bowflex, an entire gym in one easy-to-use machine. So powerful, it delivers over 60 health club quality exercises with up to 410 pounds of resistance, all in the convenience of your own home. Strength training with Bowflex is so effective that we guarantee you'll get the results you want in 6 weeks or less, and you can own one with no money down and payments as low as $33 per month. Bowflex is real. The results are real. The question is, are you ready for Bowflex? For a free video and brochure, call or go online at bowflexdirect.com. Do the research, listen to real customers, then place your order online and get started. Bowflex. Who said change isn't easy?
Monday, dive in for an underwater scrap heap showdown.
Wait, fish I can't see! Yay!
Take the plunge with the yellow and the orange when they race for gold 20 feet deep.
I'm quite impressed with these.
No way!
Finally, there's good trash on television.
Wood bag metal good.
Monday at 8, only on TLC.
Chance.
Romance. Confection.
Temptation.
Learn the signals of sexual chemistry.
With 3 nights of Valentine's on TLC, beginning Tuesday at 9.
It was the era of the pet rock, feathered hair, and the leisure suit.
Oh, I love disco. I like hairy chests.
Now TLC takes an irreverent look back at our life in the 70s.
This might shock and amaze you.
We'll go behind the velvet rope at Studio 54.
There's no way in a million years we're gonna get in.
Expose Deep Throat.
I'm not a crook.
And remind you of things you wish you could forget.
I never did streak myself.
Somebody was naked out there. A 2-hour television event, the 70s, bell bottoms to boogie shoes. March 4th on TLC.
Forget your big Fords. Forget your big Chevys. Here are the real monster trucks.
It's like driving a house down the road. You know, it's a house on wheels, really.
Imagine going up on a second-story house, sitting right there at the window, and imagining that house moving. Yes, it's just about like that.
Getting behind the wheel of this King cab means you're in for some exercise. They are the meanest monster dump trucks to ever put 4 on the floor. And boy, do they haul. These titanic Tonka toys fill their time gorging on a diet of coal, dirt, rocks, and ore. With a bed of this behemoth fully loaded, it can weigh a hefty 500 tons. That's more than the weight of a 747. No two ways about it. These trucks are big.
Compare them to an average size automobile. I mean, you could run over a car, or an average size automobile or pickup with one and not even know that you have done it, literally. I mean, I've known of cases where that's happened.
The 2,700 horsepower engine alone is bigger than an average car and packs more punch than a locomotive. With a 1,200-gallon fuel tank, fill her up takes on a whole new meaning. If you want fuel economy, buy a compact. But if you're hanging with the big guys, climb aboard and have your cash card ready, because a gallon of diesel gets you about 1,000 feet down the track. That's less than 1 mile per gallon. Which means in an hour, this beast will guzzle about 45 gallons of fuel. The tires alone are higher and weigh more than an average pickup truck, standing a staggering 13 feet high and weighing 4 tons. We're talking some serious rubber here.
I always like to compare the size of those tires, or a good way to compare the size of the truck is next time you're driving down the highway and you're driving past a big tractor trailer with the van, look up at that van, and that van trailer has to be under 13 feet high. Well, the tires on those trucks are as high as that whole tractor trailer is. When you're going under a bridge overpass on an interstate, those overpasses aren't too much higher than just the tires on one of those big off-highway trucks.
The tires are one of the biggest maintenance concerns. Get a flat on this truck and you've got a real problem. Tires have to be changed about every 35,000 miles at a cost of nearly $25,000 per tire. And it takes big tools to change a big tire. 100-ton air jacks raise the truck off the ground. Instead of 5 lugs as on your average car, these dumpers have 52, and a rim that stands over 5 feet high. Moving the tires requires giant tire handlers to haul away the old tire and install a new one. But even in this realm of the giants, there's big, and then there's real big. And the biggest of them all is the Caterpillar 797. Home for 3 of these bad boys is the Phelps Dodge Morenci mine in Arizona, one of the largest copper mines in the world, and a fitting locale for the Caterpillar. This mine itself is the size of a small city. It covers an area of 15 square miles. There are 95 monster dump trucks of varying sizes at work here. And at any one time, 65 of them are on the move, hauling dirt 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. These mammoth trucks were designed because of a simple fact of mining life. The more ore you move, and the faster you move it, the more money you'll make. Translation, in this business, bigger is better. In the 1950s, an average dump truck could haul a measly 20 tons. By the 70s, that number shot up to 150. Today, the 797 can hold and haul 380 tons. When the Morenci Mines fleet is in full flow, these vast vehicles can haul mountains of material. 780,000 tons a day to be exact. That's enough dirt to bury a pyramid. But even these megatrucks can go missing in a mine as big as Morenci's. So these beasts turn to satellites and the global positioning system, known as GPS, to keep them abreast of the big picture.
We have a computerized dispatch system that tells every truck what he's loaded with, where he needs to go after he dumps out. All of our trucks have GPS on them, so we can keep track of where the trucks are and determine where they need to be.
And they actually get radio communication from the satellites. We copy that same information to our base stations, and then we get triangulation with our software and whatnot, and we can actually have fixed positions in real time with all of our equipment on the property.
Clay Maynor has been driving these towering trucks for 8 years.
My first experience on a haul truck, the first 5 minutes was an experience. I did almost 360 within 5 minutes the first time I was behind the wheel.
But now Clay is an experienced driver. He knows when you take a truck for a spin, you keep your mind on the job and your eyes on the horizon.
I kind of put myself in the same position as an airline pilot. I judge myself 2 to 3 miles ahead. I always constantly look down the road to see what's coming up or what type of obstruction I've got coming up. So I prepare quite a ways ahead.
The cab is comfortable like a family sedan, but that's where the similarities end.
There's a lot to go on in that cab when you're driving. When you're backing up to an electric shovel, you have to do many things. You have to constantly watch both sides on the mirrors, make sure that you're not going to run over anything. Use your right hand to do the shifting, and the left hand does mainly the turning. It's real complicated in the cab.
And there's also another complication to consider.
I think the hardest part of it is this last year we've gone left-hand traffic.
Deborah Walden is a third-generation miner who kissed her boring office job goodbye for a chance to kick her career into high gear and play with the big boys who drive the big toys. Safety is always on her mind.
Just making sure that we're paying attention constantly to what's going on. Somebody coming up on the wrong side of the road or missing a corner, or there's always the potential for disaster.
Driving on the left lets the driver look down to see the edge of the road. It also means if there's a head-on collision, which has happened, the driver is on the outside, where he's on the outer edge of the wreckage and has a chance of walking away. Of course, it takes a big shovel to fill a big truck, and this is where the P&H 4100 comes in. With a bucket as big as a garage, and a boom 6 stories tall, this brute means business. Resting on tracks 10 feet high and 45 feet long, the P&H 4100 uses a row of teeth, each 2 feet long, to take super-sized bites out of the scenery, and giving the big digger the jolt needed to muscle Mother Earth are giant electric motors. But working hard makes this fellow hungry. In one day, the P&H 4100 goes through more electricity than 300 households combined. This super scooper has been designed so it only needs one man to run it, perched 3 stories high with a bird's eye view of all the action below. And when this shovel hits the soil, you better hold on, because your dump truck's just 3 scoops away from being full.
The size of our trucks and the size of our shovels really grew together. As we developed bigger trucks, we needed something that we could load them faster. Once we got the larger shovel, we were able to justify a larger truck.
Like the saying goes, it ain't the size of the obstacle, it's how you design a machine to move it.
Whenever we think we've reached an obstacle where we can't make a bigger truck, we make a bigger truck. It used to be the size of the tires that we could make and how much tonnage you could put on a tire and how much it could support was our limiting factor. So we redesigned and changed the rules on building tires so that we can build a bigger truck.
Well, you'll probably see a 500 or 600 ton truck within several years. Just depends on how bad somebody wants one.
What brings broadband to the world? Texas Instruments Programmable DSP. It's the power and intelligence that allows you to personalize the web. From the world leader in DSP and analog, Texas Instruments.
For everything she's been, everything she is, and everything you'll be together. The 3-stone anniversary ring. For your past, present, and future. A diamond is forever.
At BASF, we don't make the snowboard, we make it stronger. We don't make a lot of the products you buy, we make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
The Great White has an olfactory system that can detect a single drop of blood in the water from up to a mile away. Their jaws can crush titanium at an astonishing 4 tons per square centimetre. All in all, they're nature's perfect killing machine.
How many years have you been studying the Great White?
Well, none. I don't even swim. But I did stay in a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Stay smart. Stay at a Holiday Inn Express.
Yesterday, if you went to your typical home improvement store to get laminate flooring, you'd also get glue. Gobs of glue. Today, with Lowe's selection of Armstrong Swiftlock, laminate flooring is a snap. Literally, each board simply locks together. No muss, no fuss, no glue, and all at guaranteed low prices. Could we make this any easier? Armstrong Swiftlock flooring, only at Lowe's, improving home improvement.
Are you human?
Next on TLC, the solution to congested airports may be bigger planes. More people per flight means fewer landings each day.
This is really heavy metal.
Building the biggest sky giant. Next on TLC.
Honey, the one thing I need you to do today is open an Ameritrade account. Okay?
Yeah. You know, he is a big boy. 6'8", 293. Ooh, we've got a player down on the field, number 81, Paul Norris.
Firmer thighs, abs, and glutes.
Then, during the Woodrow Wilson administration.
There's something out in the back. I can hear it.
Watch it.
I heard it again. You better go.
Do it?
Yeah. Open a cash account with $500 and get 50 internet equity trades at half the commission in the first 3 months. Go to Ameritrade.com. Ameritrade. It's how you get somewhere on Wall Street.
Blessed with size, strength, and stamina, this massive beast was designed for one job: to chew up the earth. You'll find it working away at the Mahoning Valley coal mine near Cadiz, Ohio. The gargantuan digger is a stripping shovel and weighs in at 14 million pounds. It likes to tear up and chow down on the countryside 160 tons at a time. It is quaintly named the Silver Spade. The Silver Spade stands 22 stories tall and is wider than a 5-lane road. Just one load of dirt from its cavernous bucket can bury a large house. Ask to see the Silver Spade smile, and it'll show a mouth crammed with teeth weighing 800 pounds apiece. It's a nightmarish vision that shaped Mine Superintendent Les DeLoma's childhood.
When I was a little boy, I can remember coming in to the mining area with my dad, and I was actually afraid. The machine was so big, and it was at night, and I was scared. It was like a big monster that come out of nowhere. You're driving down the road, and here's this mammoth machine sticking up out of the ground, 220 feet high. It's an awesome sight.
This hungry giant uses enough juice each day to service a town of 12,000 people. Deep within the belly of the beast is a room that houses the life source of this monster. Here, powerful motors control thick steel cables that direct the digging outside. The four 775-foot-long, 3-inch thick cables are connected to the hoist drum that lifts the spade's colossal bucket. These cables bear the weight of 160 tons of dirt, plus the 200-ton bucket every time they pick up a load. Another drum spins giant cables that press the bucket into the dirt wall as it's raised. Without the pressure provided by these lines, the bucket would skip along the dirt face. Instead, it has enough power to cut into a solid wall of earth and make rocks explode. Over the years, there's been a battle to be the biggest. Shovels named Big Brutus and the Captain reared up in surface mines across the U.S. All of these giants were built to do the same job, to remove the dirt that covers the coal seam. But these big men on campus don't believe in taking small bites. When they pull up to the table, it's for a feast of 60,000 tons of dirt a day. They leave the coal for the little guys to chew over. Stripping shovels are the heart and soul of a surface coal mine. Nothing else happens until they've done their job.
It's the key. It has to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If we would have a mechanical or electrical failure, we would work on this machine to make the repairs 24 hours, 7 days a week. Since it uncovers the product that we're selling,
it takes 4 guys to run a shovel like the Silver Spade. One has to work up high to keep things greased and to look out for problems. Another stays down low, doing the same thing. The other works a bulldozer at the base, keeping dirt off the crawlers. But the 4th guy has all the fun. He gets to sit in the operator's cab 6 stories above and operate the whole massive machine. Joe Cimini has been doing it since 1970.
I love what I do. My wife says I'm married to the job. I see more of the shovel than I do of her. So, I always wanted to be an equipment operator. I started out running the rubber tire dozer and worked my way up to oiler, and then finally got the operator job.
After 30 years of practice, hoisting 160 tons of dirt is second nature to Joe.
I'm ready to dump, and she dumps. We average probably about 1,000 passes per day, about 105 cubic yards per bucket.
So that Joe can maneuver this monster through the mine's rough terrain, the Spade has 8 gargantuan crawlers. They stand 8 feet tall and 40 feet long. Each has 33 separate shoes called pads. Each one of those pads weighs 2,000 pounds. That's almost as much as a small car.
These machines are very large because the job they do is really colossal. When you think of the depth that they dig, upwards of a 10-story building in one pass, the volume of earth that they move has to be done with something large.
A stripping shovel works at the bottom of the pit, where it sits on top of the coal seam. And that can create a problem, as it digs itself into one heck of a hole, literally. The trick to getting out? A carefully laid plan to keep the machine on solid ground while it climbs out of the pit, which may be 100 feet deep. Hit a soft spot, and it could sink, or even worse, take a tumble. That was the case in 1983 when a stripping shovel called Gibraltar was moved to a new pit in Madisonville, Kentucky. It got off solid ground and onto soft earth. To everyone's horror, it actually tipped over. No one was hurt, but the Gibraltar's days of digging were over. The massive digger had to be dismantled and sold for scrap. The trip usually goes much better than that. When a stripping shovel moves, it can often be a journey several miles long. Sometimes that means crossing a highway. Always a difficult task.
Because of the tremendous weight of the machines involved, they have to protect the road. They put in a great big layer of dirt and rock with large scrapers and dozers. And then they frequently lay down these great big mats made out of 12 by 12 or larger timbers.
But once it gets settled, a stripping shovel towers over the landscape. Like a giant dinosaur feasting on the countryside. But like the beast it resembles, this machine is fast becoming extinct.
The future for these big stripping shovels is very bleak. Where they can be used, they are the best machine for the job, but the focus of the coal mining now in the US, the coal seams are very thick and the cover is shallow, and that lends itself to the use of smaller shovels. As a result, the large stripping shovels are not used as much as they used to be, so they're a dying breed.
Mines can now operate several smaller shovels for the price of one silver spade. At one time, over 500 stripping shovels operated in the U.S. By 1995, that number had dropped to just 5. Today, the silver spade is the last of the giants.
I'm third generation coal miner. The silver spade is like part of my family. I mean, I grew up with it. I've been in charge of it now for many years. It's a real close attachment. And my job is to keep it operating as long as I can.
Until it shuts down, the silver spade will keep moving mountains, one scoop at a time.
Teddy! Door's locked! 1038!
Sorry, but since we got a Serta mattress, we don't need you anymore.
Hey, keep it down over there! I can't sleep a wink!
You'll feel the difference the moment you lie down. Serta, we make the world's best mattress.
1-800-CONTACTS is the world's largest contact lens store, with 10 million contacts in stock and 100,000 shipped every day. You'll get delivery right away. Call 1-800-CONTACTS. We deliver, you save. 1-800-CONTACTS. Exact same contact lenses, delivered to your door for less than you're paying now. Call 1-800-CONTACTS. We deliver, you save.
Her ear isn't ordinary when she's the one you love. To place an extraordinary gift onto it, come to K Jewelers. Give your Valentine case diamond earrings with diamonds hand-selected for exceptional beauty.
Every kiss begins with K.
K Jewelers.
Come on, let's go.
Sweetie, I'm sorry. I can't stay on the line. We're going to miss our flight. Well, I wish you could go too. Yes, I know how much you love Walt Disney World, but we can't take you with us this time. Well, for one thing, I don't think your wife and children would appreciate it.
Okay. If you think a Walt Disney World vacation isn't the same without the kids, you're absolutely right. Call 1-407-WDisney and make the dream come true.
For $10, you can join AARP. $10. You get a magazine, you get a newsletter, you get a card, you get 2 cards, because when you join, your spouse joins free. You get lots of benefits too, when you travel and close to home. It's only $10. When was the last time you got so much for so little? So go ahead, Why not give AARP a call?
Next on TLC, the solution to congested airports may be bigger planes. More people per flight means fewer landings each day.
This is really heavy metal.
Building the biggest sky giant. Next on TLC.
Sunday on TLC. See daredevils perform death-defying stunts. And who gave this guy a license? World's worst drivers. Then if you like bikes, don't miss the Mecca of motorcycle madness. Check it out Sunday, beginning at 8 on TLC.
I'm Kathy Rogers, host of TLC's Junkyard Wars. We've got a new challenge, finding another day and time for Junkyard Wars in just 30 seconds. Here goes. Tuesday. No good, that's trauma night. Thursday or Friday? There's a flashback those nights. Saturday. Who's watching TV? Sunday. No, I've got it. Mondays. Mondays at 8 in the adrenaline rush hour. Junkyard Wars, new day, new time. Mondays at 8 starting January 29th on TLC.
What catches your eye?
Turns you on.
Drives you wild.
A nice rear end.
Explore the mysteries of mating.
And the signals of sexual chemistry. Valentine's on TLC, beginning Tuesday at 9.
It's only human.
It was the era of the pet rock, feathered hair, and the leisure suit.
Oh, I love disco.
Now TLC takes an irreverent look back at our life in the 70s. A 2-hour television event, the 70s. Bell bottoms to boogie shoes. March 4th on TLC.
So, you're into big machines? Well, hold on to your hard hat for the most monstrous mining machine of them all. It's a bucket wheel excavator of extreme proportions. The largest mining machine on Earth. This giant among giants gets its freewheeling thrills from unearthing coal hidden hundreds of feet beneath the soil. To do that, it's been designed with a giant wheel, suspended at the end of a colossal boom that's covered with huge buckets. As the wheel spins, the buckets scoop up the earth and pour it onto the machine's enormous conveyor. The soil is then dumped onto another series of conveyors that carry it to the other side of the mine. There, colossal spreaders dump the dirt back into the pit from where coal has already been mined. A bucket wheel excavator can shift soil with amazing efficiency. 320,000 cubic yards of dirt in a day. That's enough to fill a football stadium. The largest bucket wheel stands 32 stories, taller than the Statue of Liberty. Weighs 30 million pounds, almost 1.5 times the weight of the Eiffel Tower. And it is over 2 football fields long. This enormous machine sits on 12 crawlers. Each one is 10 feet tall, 12 feet wide, and 49 feet long. Anything less, and the machine would sink into the earth.
They are monster machines because they are so huge. Everything in our world nowadays gets tiny. Micro. Our bucket wheel excavators, they are big and huge and large, whereas all the other things get smaller and smaller. They are the biggest earth-moving machines.
Remarkably, the bucket wheel is no big deal to handle. It only takes 5 men to operate. Like so many monster machines, this wonder wheel works around the clock, churning up the soil. Rainer Karger participated in the design of the machine and is now chairman of the company that builds them.
The amount of material you have to move is just mind-boggling, and these systems can do up to maybe 800, 900,000 short tons per day, and if they wanted to, they could bury a pyramid in a day.
And as the men who operate the machine know, when moving massive quantities of dirt, disaster is always only one bucketful away.
The main concerns with bucket wheel machines is to keep them on a stable footing. They're very high, they're very heavy, and they have to be kept stable. When they're moved, whether it's from pit to pit or just in the regular moving during the day, they have to be on very safe, secure ground, because they can get into trouble if they get into soft ground or if they become unstable or lose balance. If the biggest machine on the site is stuck, then there's nothing to pull it out.
Even getting a bucket wheel is an ordeal. It takes 5 years to build, 2.5 years to lay it out, and 2.5 years to put it together, at a cost of over $100 million.
Very often we look at drawings and you cannot really tell how big the thing is, and then you come out in the field again and then you say, oh geez, this is big. So sometimes we are surprised over and over again how big these things are, even though we have seen them many a times.
This machine spins its wheel in a mine in Hambach, Germany, just outside of Cologne. The mine covers 300 square miles and has 1,000 employees. It's a unique geologic region. The overburden here is made up entirely of loose gravel and sand, no heavy rocks or boulders. It's perfect soil for this monster excavator.
They look like dinosaurs that you watch from very far. You see them down in the pit and it looks like they were grazing and eating. They are so huge and heavy, and they have the shape of a dinosaur as far as their size is concerned, and the way they work so slowly, as slowly as the dinosaurs must have moved.
As the bucket wheel excavators move across the German landscape following the huge coal seam, the mine moves entire towns out of the way. Freeways are shut down, rivers are rerouted. Nothing stands in the way of digging for the Earth's resources. This process continues day after day, year after year, as the enormous coal fields are mined. The Hambach mine opened in 1975, and the bucket wheels were built to last for the life of this mine.
Bucket wheel excavators work for decades. They work for 70 or 80 years even. They work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and this for 6 or 7 decades. So we retire much earlier than they do.
There's no way to deny that monster miners are so colossal, they dwarf our tiny human scale. But in the future, as our need for power grows, one thing is certain. The mining machines of tomorrow will be even more monstrous, even more massive, and they will, for sure, have even larger teeth.
You know, a lot of people have asked me in the past, why should people come to McCain? They should come to McCain because we're nice people. You're going to be treated fairly. Your price is going to be right. You don't have to hassle. You don't have to worry about where you're going to finance. We have it all here, and we can make it happen right away. When you think of McCain Chrysler, McCain Jeep, McCain Honda, McCain Kia, and McCain pre-owned certified used cars.
Remember when you look forward to the promise of each new day? Hello, I'm Michael Leader. At Country Meadows Retirement Communities, we encourage our residents to maintain or regain that zest for life. Our programs are designed with your interests in mind, and we always remember that you have individual physical, spiritual, and emotional needs. We invite you to stop by for a personal visit or call us today. We're in the White Pages under Country Meadows.
Congratulations to our latest Watch 11 to Win winner. Jeanine Harvey won $1,000 by playing Watch 11 to Win. Watch Channel 11 News between 5 and 6 for your chance to win.
David Johnson and Peggy Finnegan on Channel 11 News.
Coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
And there's a collision. It's caught out of the air. The ball is pulled in. First place in the Athlete Central Division. Before a sellout crowd at Three River Stadium.
In just 1 hour, the Pittsburgh skyline will change forever. At the bottom of your screen, that building is going to be flat. Live from Chopper 11, Three River Stadium, set to be reduced to rubble this morning. A place that has seen the greatest football team in history and one of the better baseball teams. Right now, thousands of fans are gathering along Pittsburgh's Three Rivers to get a final glimpse of the concrete and steel structure.
And this is the vantage point from Mount Washington this morning, folks, and we can tell you there are still a lot of cars lined up along McCardle Roadway this morning, still trying to make their way up to Mount Washington in time for the big blast. 59 minutes away. It is just unbelievable to imagine, isn't it?
It's new, and we have heard people started gathering at 1 o'clock this morning. And you know what? We've been out here and we're starting to get butterflies and goosebumps. I don't blame them. This is going to be a big event today. Channel 11 News has 19 cameras in several prime locations, including the North Side, USX Tower, people watching on the boat there as well, Point State Park, several spots on Mount Washington, and right here at Channel 11.
That's the Gateway Clipper trying to make it over in time for the 7:30 positioning. That's when river traffic and road traffic shuts down this morning before the implosion, a half hour before. In fact, tickets on the Gateway Clipper sold out weeks ago. A lot of the folks getting ready to have breakfast and, of course, watch history in the making. We've got cameras everywhere, including 6 right inside the stadium, perhaps some of the most interesting camera angles that we'll see this morning.
Another interesting shot is going to be when this indeed comes down, should it miss the camera, we will see the new Steeler Stadium coming right out of that smoke and ash and all that. That would be a cool shot.
A spectacular shot indeed if all goes well. Channel 11 news crews have cemented cameras in place and secured cables, hoping to capture this historic moment from the inside.
So 3 on this side, 2 facing the back north side of the stadium.
In addition to the 6 stadium cameras, we'll have plenty of angles outside. We'll have 4 views from our station, including shots from our roof and our tower cam. We'll have live team coverage from Monterey Bay on Mount Washington. We'll also have crews where many will gather at Point State Park. And we'll be at the command center in the stadium parking lot. And of course, Chopper 11 will catch the aerial view of the big blast. Cameras will also catch Sunday's blast from the roofs of the Clark Building and from downtown atop the USX Tower. If all goes as planned, this will be the first time a camera has captured an implosion from an inside angle.
I think it'll be great video if we're fortunate enough to get it.
Now, here are more details about how Three Rivers will go down. It will be imploded in a series of steps. Take a close look at your screen there. The sections marked with a 1 in light yellow will be imploded first. The sections colored with a darker yellow, marked 2, will go down second. Then sections 3 in the salmon color. And finally, sections in dark purple, marked 4, will go down last.
Of course, it took weeks of planning, and the big blast now, we can tell you 57 minutes away, and the Controlled Demolition Incorporated staging area this morning has been a very busy place for the last several hours.
Yeah, they're only about 650 feet away there, and that's where our Channel 11's Rick Earl is with the very latest on that situation. Rick.
Well, David, that's right. We're in the safety zone right now, about 650 feet away from the stadium. This is a construction area, but take a look over here. See this limousine? You may be wondering why this limousine is here in this construction zone. Well, let me show you. I want to take you right back here. I want to open this door up right now and introduce you to some people who are coming out of this limousine. This is Elizabeth King. Well, welcome to the safety zone.
Hi,
Elizabeth King.
Hi, how's everybody? Good
We're
morning.
doing great. Elizabeth King and her son Joe. They won the honor to push the ceremonial plunger that will start the detonation, start the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium at a little bit around 8 o'clock. They will push that ceremonial plunger right up on a stage just a short distance from us here. Tell me, you must be really excited about this.
We are so honored. This is just a very great feeling, great morning. No rain, no snow, and it's a little chilly out here, but we're happy to be here. Couldn't be a better morning to do it.
Mixed emotions about Three Rivers going down?
Absolutely, yeah. I couldn't believe we were this close. I'm just so excited to be so close to the stadium. I thought we'd be further down the street.
Now who's going to push the plunger? You going to do it, Elizabeth, or are you going to let your son Joe do it?
Joe's going to actually push the plunger, but I'll be close by.
Joe, are you excited about that?
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Well, great. Thank you so much. And around 8 o'clock, I know you guys are getting butterflies now, getting a little nervous, but
yeah.
I'm sure you're very excited about it.
Yeah, we're very excited. Very, very excited.
Great. Thank you so much, Joe and Elizabeth King.
You're welcome.
That's the latest from the Command Center. Now back to you.
All right, thank you so much. You see the crowds gathering atop Mount Washington, probably about 10 or 12 deep there. That is an amazing sight, Newland. We've been talking about how we're watching history here, and no doubt these people did not want to miss this.
No, they did not. And, of course, the best seat in the house is still Chopper 11, Channel 11's Andy Gassmeyer flying over Three Rivers right now. Andy.
Newland, with the sun beginning to come up now, we can put away our flashlights, and in this shot you're about to see, you can appreciate the relationship between the old and the new and why they are going through the efforts they are to make sure that this Three Rivers Stadium comes down in a way that it does not in any way damage the new Steelers football stadium. That's why three sides of the stadium will collapse slightly outward, allowing the area near the Steelers stadium to drop straight down. We're looking at a distance of no more than 60 feet or so between Three Rivers Stadium on your right in that picture and the new Steelers football stadium on your left. And you can also see, I think in the same shot, the kind of draping that they put in front of the windows on the new Steelers Stadium to keep them from being broken during the implosion. David, back to you.
Okay, Andy, thanks very much. Of course, weather is a big part of this morning's situation there as people gather on the overlooks of Mount Washington. Demolition experts lucky not to have, a thunderstorm or low cloud cover, but Newland, they are concerned about the wind slightly.
And the wind not too bad. Let's get right to Channel 11's Kevin Benson for the forecast. Kevin?
Yes, good morning to you. You know, we have these neighborhood WeatherNet stations all over the region, local weather stations situated in various neighborhoods. And this one that we're going to show you right now is situated right at Carnegie Science Center, which is right beside Three River Stadium. You know that. So let's go to our neighborhood WeatherNet site. You can see a variety of weather conditions there. First, the temperature is 20 degrees. You can see the wind is coming out of the northwest at about 9 or 10 miles per hour, and that produces a wind chill of about 7 degrees. So again, it's a northwesterly wind, and we expect to be anywhere from about 5 to 10 or 12 miles per hour. Complete weather details throughout the morning here as we get closer to the big implosion coming up here today. You can see the sky is generally clear, and there's just a light northwest wind coming across the lake into southwestern Pennsylvania. Time now to check the traffic at about 8 minutes after the hour. Here's Katina.
Thanks, Kevin. It is very busy currently as you get ready to head into town now. Many of the traffic delays you'll find once you clear the Squirrel Hill or the Fort Pitt Tunnel as you head inbound. Now, if you're traveling along Woodruff Street, the backside of Mount Washington, trying to make your way up to Grandview, traffic is very heavy. Also very heavy on the Fort Pitt Bridge, Fort Duquesne Bridge. Keep in mind they will be closing at 7:30, so get ready to head out the door. If you're not already out the door, you need to get there soon. Newland and David, back to you.
Thanks, Katina. Of course, we'll get back to our implosion coverage in just a moment.
Right now, Stacia with the rest of the news. Good morning, Stacia.
Good morning, David. Good morning, Newland. In the news this morning, a Beaver County hospital may close in April unless a new buyer is found. About 450 employees at UPMC Beaver Valley and Aliquippa were told they may be laid off because the hospital is losing money. UPMC officials say the facility has lost $8 million. Investigators believe a fire at a St. Clair Elementary School playground was arson. Police say the plastic foam underneath the equipment at the Philip Murray playground caught fire. Witnesses say flames shot 20 feet into the air. No one was hurt. A Venango County woman may face animal cruelty charges because police found 19 cats in terrible conditions. Police say 2 of the cats were already dead in Janine Duff's Rocky Grove home. The animals were found living in piles of waste. The cats are expected to recover fully, and Duff has already been arraigned on 1 charge of cruelty involving a dog. Well, Japan waits anxiously for news about 9 people still missing after Friday's collision with a U.S. submarine. The fishing boat they were aboard was hit by the sub as it surfaced. Some Japanese say the Navy was careless and that the search for the missing should be intensified. Japan's prime minister has assured the nation the U.S. is doing all it can to find those still at sea. Convicted Oklahoma City bomber Timothy McVeigh says he wants his execution to be televised. About 250 people who survived the bombing or lost loved ones in it have asked to see McVeigh put to death in May. However, only 8 seats are available. McVeigh wrote a letter saying the only way to solve the seating problem would be to have a public execution. And that is a look at some of the other stories making news this morning. I'll be back in the next half hour. Now let's go back to David and Newland with more Big Blast coverage.
All right, we will see you then, Stacia. Thank you very much. And our implosion coverage continues right here.
That's right. Chopper 11 has been flying over Three Rivers for an hour now, and you can see the crowds. Look at that, David. That's on top of Mount Washington, I'm taking a guess, or maybe out in the West End where people are trying to get a good view of Three Rivers. It's being reduced to rubble, folks, in just 50 minutes. And now a look at the stadium by the numbers.
Yes, indeed. An interior surface of almost 160,000 square feet with more than 128,000 square feet of AstroTurf. And a synthetic warning track around the edge of the turf alerts baseball players to the danger of possible collisions with the outfield wall.
Channel 11 News uncovers stories that are relevant to your life. Coverage you can count on.
Attention U.S. veterans between the ages of 50 and 79. This message is for honorably discharged United States veterans from all branches of service, including the reserves. Message also applies to spouses and widows. You are eligible to apply for term life insurance benefits under a veterans-only program now available in most states from Veterans Life Insurance Company. Stay tuned for details. Many veterans and their families have received this notice advising them of eligibility for benefits. If you did not receive one, you may not be aware you could qualify to apply for life insurance coverage from Veterans Life Insurance Company. If you're a U.S. veteran, age 50 to 79, or the spouse or widow of a veteran, you can still apply for $5,000 or $10,000 of supplemental life insurance exclusively at vets-only rates. Call this number now to request your no-cost, no-obligation benefit eligibility statement from Veterans Life, with the rate for your age and steps you must take to apply. Call the number on your screen now. It's toll-free. You'll also receive a Veterans Burial Benefits update that explains government benefits you're entitled to, what's covered, and the dollar amount under current laws. This life insurance benefit for veterans ages 50 to 79 is not automatic. Call now to request information. Veteran spouses and widows are also eligible to apply. Just call this toll-free number now.
Veterans only. Call 1-800-335-9977 for your benefit eligibility statement, rate, and the free Veterans Burial Update. Call 1-800-335-9977. That's 1-800-335-9977. Call now.
Honoring your past, securing your future. That's Veterans Life Insurance Company. Additional life insurance at vets-only rates. Applications are being accepted now. For yours, just call this number. Information is free and there's no obligation.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Big Blast coverage. You are looking inside Three Rivers at this very moment from Chopper 11 and Sky Zoom, and you can see what was once a giant concrete and steel structure is now sort of a gaping building. You can see right through Three Rivers if you're coming across the bridge out through the other side, which is something you could never see, David, as you know, driving around the area. And a lot of anticipation building at this point.
It's just a shell of its former self, but it's only got about 46, 47 minutes left to live, basically. After the Big Blast, also, there will be a 1-minute fireworks display.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a Pittsburgh event without some fireworks. We want to head over to one of the many viewing spots in the area. Of course, Point State Park is a great place to be at this time of the morning. Channel 11's Natasha Brown has been with the crowds over there. Good morning, Natasha.
Good morning, Newland and David. You know, this is the best place to be. There's no doubt about that. And I believe we have the best vantage point of all right here at Point State Park, just across the Allegheny River. As you can see, the crowds have already gathered. They've been gathering since about 6 o'clock this morning. That's when the police actually opened up the barricades. And as you can see, hundreds of folks have already started to gather here. But you can see a very excited crowd, everyone trying to capture this spectacular moment on camera, or they've got video cameras. They've got just about everything that you can imagine. Everybody's bundled up and trying to brave these cold temperatures. But just across the river, you see Three Rivers Stadium all loaded up with about 2,700 sticks of dynamite, we're told, almost a ton of explosives there. All of this is going to take place in 19 seconds, just 19 seconds before Three Rivers Stadium is expected to just become a pile of rubble. Now, again, the crowds are all excited here. Right now, we're just in a watch and wait mode, so we will continue to monitor everyone here and the excitement of this crowd, and we'll bring you the very latest a little bit later on this morning. Back to you guys.
Okay, Natasha, thanks very much. And again, a live look from Chopper 11 at the, torn up inside of Three Rivers Stadium. They've done a lot of work leading up to this Implosion Day. And Newland, we were just taking a look at that shot across from Point State Park there, and how close, as we're going to zoom out there a little bit from Chopper 11,
there you go,
how close the as yet unnamed Steelers Stadium is, only about 60 to 80 feet away. And it's amazing that if they only break a few glass windows in that, that's going to be something else.
Well, they have put protective meshing up on the new glass windows on the Steelers' new stadium to prevent any debris from flying through there. And of course, that last leg there that you see right next to the new stadium, that's going to fall inward. Right. Hopefully gravity brings it inward. That's what they're saying, at any rate, will happen. You know, there are a lot of folks also on the river this morning, David. As we look out at Point State Park right now, a lot of folks got reservations on the Gateway Clipper. They wanted to be on board and see Three Rivers come down, and there is the Gateway Clipper right now as it gets ready and in position for the implosion in 45 minutes. Suzanne Gratisek is on the phone with us live now, and this is a big day for the Gateway Clipper, Suzanne.
We're having a lot of fun out here. People are having a great time.
As you know, when we talked about a month ago, the reservations were going very quickly, but there were some time changes. First, there was a time change, and then the implosion itself got delayed a week. Did that impact you at all?
No, everybody just held onto their tickets, and we had very few cancellations in the reservations. Everybody still came down and joined us today.
That's great. Suzanne, exactly where are you going to position yourself there in the river come blast time?
I think we're in our position right now. We're right here on the, pretty much on the Monongahela near the point. We could see the stadium great. I mean, I'm looking right out the window looking at the Three Rivers Stadium.
It's a beautiful place to do it. I mean, it is, after all, Three Rivers Stadium. You're at the confluence of the Three Rivers right there. And Newland, those folks have a great angle.
We're the closest out here.
Go ahead, Suzanne.
We're the closest ones out here, I think. It looks like, except there's a few pleasure boats in front of the Majestic.
We're getting a better view of you as our camera zooms out from Chopper 11 there. You're right across from the Carnegie Science Center.
And we know that there is a lot of anticipation on board the Gateway Clipper. We want to go to the other side of the river, right near Three Rivers Stadium. Channel 11's Rick Earl, who's been at the command center monitoring folks as they get ready for the demolition. Good morning, Rick.
Good morning, Newland. How are you? We're down here at the command center right now, and of course we are anxiously awaiting, about 45 minutes away. We have the implosion set. Let me show you some things too, though, that we have, because we are a little bit concerned about the dust cloud. We're about 650 feet back, but we understand that dust cloud is only supposed to go about 150 feet. But just in case, we do have some eye protection here, some eye goggles. We also have some masks here in case the dust gets too bad out here. And of course, everyone in this area is required to wear these hard hats. So we are anxiously anticipating the implosion at 8 o'clock. And joining me right now is Mayor Tom Murphy. If we could get a quick word with you right now. Yeah, sure. The mayor, this is obviously a big day for the city of Pittsburgh.
It is, and it's a bittersweet day. I think we have a lot of memories in Three Rivers that we all do growing up here, but at the same time, the city's now moving forward, really in a very remarkable kind of way. We're going to showcase that today.
Obviously, history in the making here.
Yeah, it is. Just imagine, for me, one of the most powerful memories was being in Three Rivers for the last baseball game in the '95 season, when it wasn't clear whether we were going to have a baseball team in Pittsburgh anymore. And now not only we're going to have a baseball team, they're going to be in the best facility in America, football stadium. The Penguins are now anchored. So this city is just moving forward, and I'm excited about that.
Are you going to be here at the command center for the implosion?
Yeah, I am. I wanted to be with a young man and his family who are going to push the plunger out. What a memory for them, huh?
We talked to them about 15 minutes ago. They're real excited about
sure
this.
They are. What a memory. I was glad we were able to do the raffle, and they could share in this experience.
Yeah, great, Mayor. Thank you so much. Thanks. Mayor Tom Murphy, the mayor of Pittsburgh, of course. He'll be down here for the implosion. That's the very latest from the command center.
Okay, thanks so much, Rick.
Look at the people gathering there. That's probably Point State Park, if I'm right about that, the trees, and just across the Allegheny River. If you're one of those people hoping to get in position like that, I'm saying it's probably going to be a little too late to be able to fight the traffic, but let's find out from Katina Forte. Katina.
Thanks, David. Actually, you're absolutely right. If you are getting ready to head out and find a position to see the implosion, maybe a little bit late. Let's go live to Chopper 11 to see what kind of traffic problems you may encounter. You're looking at Point State Park now, but as you make your way on the Parkway West, for instance, coming inbound, the traffic is okay on the suburban side of the Parkway West. All of the delays you will find once you clear the Fort Pitt Tunnel, once you clear the Squirrel Hill Tunnel coming in from the Parkway East, the downtown side of the Parkway East, also the lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge, Fort Duquesne Bridge. Keep in mind, these roadways will be closing in the next 15 minutes. Also will be closing is the merge point from Route 65 as you head over to the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Of course, this is within the blast zone. Riesdale Street, the North Shore Drive, and also Federal Street, they have actually already closed. So if you're trying to get a vantage point around that area, it's a little bit too late for that. Also getting very heavy delays as you travel along Grandview Avenue, Woodruff Street, the backside of Mount Washington, trying to make your way to get to Grandview Avenue. There is no parking allowed on Grandview Avenue, and also the station square lots are already full. The CCAC parking lot is closed, so not only getting in to see the implosion, but also trying to find a parking space. It may be a little bit difficult at this hour. Now, what about the weather as you head downtown? Let's go to Kevin Benson for an update.
Well, you talk about timing, official sunrise time, 7:20. It is 7:20 at this time, so the sun is up, and we're just about 40 minutes away from the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium. And let's show you some live, real-time weather information. This is from our neighborhood WeatherNet station at Carnegie Science Center. You know, we have these WeatherNet stations all over the neighborhoods of southwestern Pennsylvania. Pay particular attention to the temperature. It is 20 degrees. You can see also something to pay attention to is the wind at this time. It's out of the northwest at about 7, and there's a live look at 8-mile-an-hour wind out of the northwest, and that gives you a wind chill of about 7 degrees. And that northwesterly wind, folks, what it does is it kind of brings the wind down in this fashion here, and it looks like that's going to blow some of the dust over into the Golden Triangle area right here, probably into Point State Park right there, and there's the south side over toward Station Square and also Mount Washington right here. There's the Fort Pitt Tunnel, of course, that would come out this way. So looks like this area right here is where you're going to see some of the dust blown into, more likely over in this direction right here as the wind is coming out of the northwest. Anyway, we'll keep you right up to date with the very latest weather information here. Current temperature, by the way, again, is 20 degrees. And we want to go ahead and show you right now some satellite information here. This will show you that the sky is clear. If we can go to satellite images, the sky is clear at this time other than just a few clouds, just the south side, the lee side of the lake area there. In fact, we were fortunate to have those clouds because had we not had a few clouds overnight, the temperature would really have radiated down into the low teens. As it is, we fell off to a temperature of about 19, and again, we're currently 20 degrees. There you see high pressure building over us with just a light northwesterly wind there coming across the lake. Currently mostly clear. And this is International Airport. The temperature is 19. It's Science Center there right near the stadium. The temperature is 20 and you have a wind chill of about 10 degrees. Here's your big blast forecast. Just a few clouds here and there. Generally a mainly clear sky, and the wind will be out of the northwest 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's what you can expect through the day today. Then mostly sunny conditions and a chilly temperature of about 30. That is your forecast at 22 minutes, almost 23 after the hour. And now let's get back upstairs to David Johnson and Newland Archibald.
Okay, Kevin, thank you very much. Other than the chill, Newland, it's a beautiful day. We're watching the sun come up over there to the east. The implosion folks couldn't really ask for a much better day than we have today.
No, and our coverage of the big blast will continue in just a moment. Let's hope you're not afraid of heights, folks, because we've got a camera on top of the USX building this morning, just one of 19 cameras we have in prime locations all over the city as it starts to pull out and you see the Golden Triangle. Big moment now, just about 35 minutes away.
It is close. And not all those memories, as we've been telling you, of Three Rivers are sports related. The last concert at the stadium brought out a legion of screaming, mostly teenage girls. NSYNC, July 16th, the year 2000. Tickets sold out in 90 minutes, the stadium's fastest sellout ever.
I'm meteorologist Julie Bologna. Weather coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
Look for another West Penn Allegheny Health System house call in the 5 o'clock news hour Tuesdays and Thursdays, and during the Saturday morning news.
Hello? NBC Tonight. Cue the sun. From the time he was born. No scripts, no cue card. His life was a TV show.
Good morning! Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
And he never knew it till now.
A lot of strange things have been happening. The last thing that I would ever do is lie to you.
Winner of 3 Golden Globe Awards.
Get out of here! Want to do it again?
gone. Hit him again.
Is that the best you can do?
I can't let him die in front of a live audience. He was born in front of a live audience. Jim Carrey.
It's amazing.
The network premiere of The Truman Show, NBC Tonight.
I hate flipping mattresses.
That's right, flipping mattresses isn't fun. But today we're introducing the Never Turn mattress. Once we put it in for you, all you have to do is enjoy. Kick it off, we're giving you 6 months, same as cash. Need a mattress and box spring?
Tony's got it.
Want a better airbed?
Tony's got it.
Remember, we don't sell mattresses, we sell sleep. Come in and visit one of our 6 locations.
Looking for the right employee? Call the Job Network. What are you waiting for? Announcing 3.9% APR financing on every 2001 Subaru at Suburban Subaru, Pittsburgh's favorite Subaru dealer. Foresters, Legacies, Outbacks, Imprezas. They're all in stock, and for a limited time, save hundreds, even thousands of dollars with low 3.9% financing. Suburban Subaru, now one of the top volume Subaru dealers in the nation. Our sales volume will save you money. Suburban Subaru, conveniently located on Route 19 Perry Highway in the North Hills.
In the market for a new home? Don't miss Northwood Realty's Guide to Homes at 11:30 Sunday mornings on WPXI TV, Channel 11.
And this is a live look right now from Chopper 11 as we are flying over Three Rivers Stadium.
Getting a great view
stadium.
of the, right, I'm sorry, Newland, getting a great view of how close the Steelers Stadium is to Three Rivers Stadium. As Newland has pointed out, they have protective tarp there to cover the glass windows. That's the main thing they're worried about. They don't believe the structure is going to be in any way damaged, but they might have a few blown out windows, and I think if that happens, they should consider themselves lucky at only 80 feet away. It's something to see how close that is.
Yeah, and the construction on the new Steelers Stadium continues right now. Jodine Costanzo got a look inside to check on the progress there and the plans to protect it from the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium.
From Chopper 11, you can see the stadium is really beginning to take shape, but when you go inside, that's when you can see the building's character as the new home of the Steelers.
The views to the city, as you can see, are going to be pretty incredible.
Standing in the bowl of the new Steelers Stadium, you can take in the intimate surroundings. An awesome city skyline and what will be the action on the field, with the first row of seats just 20 feet behind the goalposts. Crews are prepping the field.
They'll start putting in the drainage, the irrigation, all of the systems that will help the sod to grow. That will start around the 1st of February.
Supports are now in the stands. Before long, 65,000 yellow and pewter gray seats will be attached. Take a look inside one of the luxury boxes, not looking so luxurious right now. And here's a peek inside a restroom in which Steeler fans are sure to wait in line. Tile flooring being installed to cushion your feet. This is the east side of the stadium. It has 300 linear feet of these glass windows, and at its closest point to Three Rivers Stadium, it's only 85 feet away. A protective curtain will be draped over the windows, but no guarantees.
It's made of a material that will let some air go through, but will stop particles or debris or anything from being projected through the glass.
The Steelers say they couldn't wait to install those windows until after the implosion because they had to follow a sequence when building the stadium. Construction is on schedule and it should be ready on August the 1st. In Chopper 11, Jodine Costanzo, Channel 11 News.
And of course, there is more coverage of the big blast to come. You are looking live right now on Mount Washington from Chopper 11. And David, look at these remarkable crowds. I don't think I've seen it this busy for the 4th of July.
I agree. That is something else. Let's talk about the seats inside the stadium as we look at those crowds for a second. The average seat size at Three Rivers was 20 to 21 inches. The average seats in PNC Park and the new Steelers Stadium, 19 inches. Now compare that to the business class seat on a domestic airliner, 17 inches. That sounds about right, doesn't it? They're tiny, and the average office chair is at 21 inches.
An art clearance sale like you've never seen before. This Sunday only, Collector's Art brings you gallery quality oil paintings at a fraction of their retail value. Paintings like this classic floral full of rich color, renditions of old masters, all at unbelievable savings. Plus over 2,000 paintings to be sold out at $19 to $59. Imagine beautiful hand-painted oils only $19 to $59. This Sunday only, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. in Monroeville at the Radisson Hotel, in Greentree at the Greentree Holiday Inn, in Cranberry at the Sheraton Pittsburgh North, and at the Pittsburgh Airport Marriott.
Your basement walls bowing in a little? What can you do about it? Call Matthews Wall Anchor Service today and they'll take care of it. Matthews Wall Anchor Service repairs more foundations than anyone else in the nation. Not to mention, they're the very best at what they do. You can depend on Matthews to secure your foundation for many years to come. Don't delay. The weight of your home relies on the call. Matthews Wall Anchor Service.
Call Matthews Wall Anchor Service. When problems begin, we'll get you out of the fix you're in.
I hate flipping mattresses.
That's right, flipping mattresses isn't fun. But today we're introducing the Never Turn mattress. Once we put it in for you, all you have to do is enjoy. Kick it off, we're giving you 6 months, same as cash. Need a mattress and box spring?
Tony's got it.
Want a better airbed?
Tony's got it.
Remember, we don't sell mattresses, we sell sleep. Come in and visit one of our 6 locations.
So many people have bad credit or creditly challenged or have had extreme hardships in their life. And we have done wonders with getting people financed. And that's where the name came from, because it's making your dreams come true, getting what you want at the right price, at the right time, for the right amount of money and the right payment. Who's going to beat our prices? Nobody. I'll guarantee you that we'll beat any price, anywhere.
Coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
And there's a collision. And it's caught out of the air. The ball is pulled in. First place of the Central Division. Before a sellout crowd at Three River Stadium.
And our coverage of the Big Blast continues on this Sunday morning, February the 11th, 2001. Remember this date in history. This is Chopper 11 looking down over Three Rivers, which will come down in 29 minutes. And right beside it, the Steelers' brand new home, yet to be named, the Steelers' new football stadium.
That's right. It is exciting to be here, looking live from USX Tower, high atop the Golden Triangle, zooming in there. You can see right in the corner there's the Pirates' new stadium. And there is what's soon to be history, Three Rivers Stadium. It's been the scene of so many great memories. And at the controlled Demolition Incorporated staging area on the North Shore, crews are working on their last-minute preparations.
That's right. Channel 11's Rick Earl has been down there with the folks from Controlled Demolition throughout the morning. And at this point, they're just waiting for the implosion to happen. Right, Rick?
That's exactly right, Newland. Anxiously waiting for the implosion in about a half hour from now, but there are a number of different agencies involved to make this all happen. One of those agencies is the U.S. Coast Guard. Now joining me is Lieutenant Tom Ottenwalder from the U.S. Coast Guard. Thanks for being here. You guys, I understand, are very busy at this point on the river. Tell me what's going on now at exactly 7:30, I understand.
Yes, 7:30 this morning we shut down the river to all vessel traffic. That's to keep everyone safe or a safe distance away from the actual implosion itself.
Now tell me where the rivers are shut down, between the Carnegie Science Center and where's the other point?
Yes. The Carnegie Science Center and the point is a line is also at the 6th Street Bridge.
Okay, tell me about, do you expect many pleasure crafts out there, people trying to get a glimpse of the implosion?
Well, it's been a cold morning so far, Rick, so we're not expecting too many pleasure crafts, but there are quite a bit of sightseeing vessels out there, and we've managed to work closely with industry to divert any barge or commercial industry traffic from coming down at this time frame. So we're expecting a really, really great morning.
And tell me when the rivers will reopen.
Well, you can't say it's specified or specify a time, because any number of things could happen. So we are expecting the rivers to open at about 8:45.
Okay, Lieutenant Tom Ottenwalder from the U.S. Coast Guard, thanks so much for joining us now. And again, here at the Command Center, a number of people are gathered here. We have some workers behind me over in this section. They just came out of Three Rivers Stadium, obviously doing some last-minute preparations there. But we will be here through the implosion. That's the latest from the Command Center. Back to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Rick. And we can tell you that the Coast Guard was expecting many more pleasure craft to be on the rivers, but that's not been the case this morning, David.
I'm a little surprised. I agree with you, Newland. I didn't think the cold would keep them away. Nothing's keeping the people away up there atop Mount Washington, though. Not everybody can be so close to the blast, though. So many headed to Point State Park for one of the best views. And I tell you what, from across the river, that looks like you're right on top of it. Channel 11's Natasha Brown live at Point State Park, where the excitement is building there. Good morning, Natasha.
Good morning, and you know the excitement is building. I was just here chatting with a family who's come out from Penn Hills actually to see the implosion, and along with hundreds of other folks who have gathered here, and the crowd is already getting very excited, anticipating the big implosion that's set to take place in less than 30 minutes actually. But we'll go ahead and talk to this family who has been braving the cold weather most of the morning. We have Michelle here.
Yes.
From Penn Hills. Now tell me why you, and this is Kathy, right? Katie.
And Kara.
You guys from Penn Hills. Tell me why you decided to come out. What time did you get here, first of all?
Almost 6 o'clock, and we're here because her father's had the tickets from the very beginning, Steeler fan, and he passed away a couple years ago, so we came all down here, a bunch of us, in memory of him, and because there's been a lot of memories, Pirate games, baseball, and it's we're going to miss it, but we're excited about the new stuff too. So.
Are you? What are you going to miss most? Your dad, a diehard fan, I'm sure. What would he miss most about this?
My dad would have been here today, you know, so I'm here for him. And it meant a lot to him, so that's why we wanted to come down. Yeah, but I'm gonna miss the whole thing in general. I don't want to see it go. I really don't.
So you think you'll be saddened to see it see it crumble? What do you think?
Memories, yeah, but we're excited about the new stuff too. So yeah, I'm happy.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. And I know I took you guys away from your spot. Trust me, you've got to fight to get a spot here at Point State Park. They've left the other part of the family, and we've got to let them go back now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Again, a lot of excited folks here just waiting to see the big implosion. It's only set to take place in just a short time, actually 19 seconds. That's all it's going to take to see Three River Stadium come tumbling down. You see a lot of cameras here trying to capture the moment, and a lot of folks just wanting to be here to see this very, very memorable day. Back to you.
A raffle for the Chopper 11 spot. Kidding. We didn't, but Andy Gassmeyer lucky enough to get that seat because I think he's going to have the most fabulous view and vantage point of anyone in this town.
Hey, Andy, how's it going up there?
Well, David, as you can see from this shot, a lot of people are taking positions along any one of the 4 or 5 observation towers, if you will, along Grandview Avenue. Some of them, and there you see people lined up along Grandview Avenue, and one of the best vantage points you can possibly have for this implosion. I've never seen so many people lined up along Grandview Avenue, except maybe for the fireworks, but I've never seen so many standing in any one of these observation towers, if you will, for any length of time. I certainly hope that's not cause for concern later on, but they are packed, as you can see there in that particular shot. I don't know what, if any, restrictions are for those in terms of the numbers of people who can be on them at any one time. We just hope that local building inspection people are taking a close look at that and monitoring the numbers of people that can be on those towers at any given time. All of this kind of pedestrian traffic, if you will, that we're seeing right now extends from almost the top of McCardle roadway all the way on down, looking west towards the gateway, or not gateway, but I should say Grandview Towers. A lot of people anxiously waiting, a lot of people ready. David, back to you.
Andy, I know you're ready. We are ready from our vantage point on the balcony, the 3rd floor of Channel 11. We can't wait for it to happen. You know, the roads around the stadium and all around our area are filling up. I think it's safe to say, if you haven't headed out yet, and you're watching this at home, don't leave. You're in the best spot to see this.
That's right, because the road shut down about 7 minutes ago. Let's get the very latest on traffic this morning from Channel 11's Katina Forte.
That's right, Newland and David. Many of the roadways inside the blast zone have closed. Of course, some of them closed at 6:30. But we're looking live at Chopper 11. You can see right now, traffic is still moving as you head across the West End Bridge, Fort Pitt, Fort Duquesne Bridge. However, at 7:45, within the next 7 minutes or so, they will close off traffic. So if you have not already made your way into town, it's not only getting into town, parking is a problem as well. Many of the lots, CCAC lot is closed. Of course, that is inside the blast zone. Station Square parking lots are full. You still have a good chance of getting some parking in town, and then your foot traffic is what you're going to be encountering as well. What about the weather you will encounter? Let's go to Kevin Benson for an update. Kevin?
Yes, good morning from the Channel 11 Weather Center. The sunrise was 7:20. Sun has been up for almost 10 minutes. It's coming up on 7:39 right now. Let's get a look at live real-time weather data from our neighborhood WeatherNet station. This is located at Carnegie Science Center, and you probably know that the Science Center is right next to the stadium there on the North Shore. So you can see that the temperature is 21 degrees. Wind is out of the north-northwest at about 6 or 8 miles per hour, and the wind has been diminishing. Expect the wind to be anywhere from about, say, 5 to 10 or 12 miles per hour, and it's out of the north-northwest. In fact, let's go right now to a live local storm warning Doppler 11 radar. And you can see that the wind is coming out of the north-northwest in about this fashion right here. So it looks like as the stadium implodes, right there is the Golden Triangle area. That is south side there towards Station Square. Of course, this is the Fort Pitt Tunnel, so Mount Washington would be right there. And it looks like that's where some of the dust is going to be blown into the Golden Triangle area and on into Point South. But again, the wind is relatively light at this time. We'll keep you right up to date with all the latest weather information here this morning. T-minus 20 minutes and counting. Now let's get back upstairs to David and Newland.
Yeah, Kevin, I was just going to say 21 degrees and less than 21 minutes to go until history is made at Three Rivers Stadium.
Let's get a check on the news headlines. We go inside right now to Stacia Erdis.
All right, thank you. Good morning, David Newland. Good morning to you, too. Police are asking for your help to find a Southside bank robber. Investigators have now released a surveillance tape of their suspect. Take a close look. Police say on Friday, the man walked into the Promise Star Bank on East Carson Street and demanded cash from a teller. The suspect left a suspicious box behind full of wires. Now, if you have any information about the suspect, you are asked to call the Pittsburgh Police at 665-4000. Somerset Borough hopes it has found a solution to its crow problem. Officials set off fireworks to scare the birds they say have become a nuisance. Somerset's borough manager says the birds are loud, messy, and intimidating in large groups. Others say no long-term solution is needed because the birds tend to move on once spring arrives. Well, the aftershocks continue in the earthquake zone in western India. The latest tremors came more than 2 weeks after the massive quake that killed thousands of people. One of the aftershocks registered a magnitude of 4.7. 9 small tremors also followed. So far, there have been more than 260 aftershocks since the January quake, which killed 17,000 people. Relief officials say while there is enough food and clothing, they are lacking tents for the survivors. People in Southern California are still feeling aftershocks from yesterday's earthquake there. More than 24 aftershocks have hit so far. That quake measured in at 5.1 on the Richter scale. Effects were felt from Los Angeles to San Diego. There's been no major damage or injuries reported. And as Pittsburgh prepares for their big blast, our big blast, I should say, Baltimore is cleaning up rubble from an implosion of its own. An entire block of high-rise buildings is now in ruin. Yesterday's implosion was the latest in a series in an effort to revitalize downtown Baltimore. The area will be rebuilt with apartments for moderate and low-income families. Baltimore is the first city in the U.S. to tear down all of its high-rise public housing. Not much time left for Three Rivers. We now return to continuing coverage of the Three Rivers Stadium implosion with David Johnson and Newland Archinal.
Thanks so much, and we can tell you in just about 8 minutes, David, we will hear our first warning blast. Getting ready for the Three Rivers implosion. Our coverage will continue.
Are you ready to go, Pittsburgh? The sky is starting to brighten out there. The crowds are starting to gather all around the city and on the rivers as well. Chopper 11 in place, ready for the big moment, now less than 20 minutes away.
My favorite memory at Three Rivers Stadium was getting a ball from Doc Ellis in 1970, I think. I was happened to be in the third base seats. So I got lucky and got a ball that he hit.
Count on important medical news from Channel 11 News. Coverage you can count on.
Verizon Wireless introduces Mobile Messenger.
Chelsea, Dad wrote us an email. Yep.
Now you can chat using your wireless phone without talking. Mobile Messenger from Verizon Wireless. Simple, affordable, national. Join in.
The burb of the burb. The burb of the burb. Discover
Discover Pittsburgh's premier suburb in Ohio. Jefferson County, Ohio is just 40 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 25 minutes from the airport. Lower taxes, no traffic jams, strong workforce, business and politically friendly, and waiting for you. Steubenville, Ohio, the burb of the burb, 10 minutes west of the Post-Gazette Pavilion. The burb of the burb, the burb of the burb. Pittsburgh's premier suburb.
One out, top of the 8th, tie game. Runners on first and second. Benson winds, kicks and deals. Griffey swings and scorches one into the gap of left center field. Giles giving chase, leaps, and oh, what a catch! Diving to his right to make a sliding grab in the grass. Who doesn't love baseball on the grass of PNC Park?
Real grass. Another reason why PNC Park is built for baseball.
Remarkable! He really tore into that grass.
Other stations bring you the news, but only Channel 11 News delivers the 11-minute advantage. At 11 o'clock, you get 11 minutes of uninterrupted local news. That means live coverage of breaking news, major national news, and the latest weather information without commercial interruption. And in the first 11 minutes of the newscast, the 11-minute advantage means more reporters, more local news, and fewer commercials. At 11 o'clock, you need the 11-minute advantage, and you only get it on Channel 11 News. Coverage you can count on.
And you're looking live right now over the Golden Triangle and Three Rivers Stadium off in the distance as we zoom in and get ready to say farewell, folks, after 31 years and lots of memory. This second home for so many Steelers and Pittsburgh fans and Pirates fans is coming down.
And two men who will watch the implosion with mixed emotions, Chuck Tanner and Jim Leland. The former Buccos managers have many fond memories of the events that occurred at Three Rivers.
And Channel 11's Jodine Costanzo sat down with Leland and Tanner last week and talked with them about the future and the past of the Pirates.
That's the ESPY Award, and then that's the National League Manager Year in '92. So those are all Pirate years. So.
Jim Leland loves reminiscing about his 11 Pirate years. The awards and accolades were many. The memories of Three Rivers Stadium, the good times and the good wins are near and dear.
Bob Walk's performance in Game 5 of the championship series in '92, and Mike Schmidt hit his 500th home run there, which wasn't such a great memory. The All-Star game in '94. It's going to be amazing, I think, to go through the Fort Pitt Tunnel and see that stadium there, and then an hour later, it's just gone.
Former Pirates manager Chuck Tanner has volumes of stadium stories, but none more touching than this. His mother died just hours before Game 5 of the '79 World Series, but he skippered the team to a must-win victory with some help, he says, from above.
And I was mad at my mother. I said, yeah, you said you're going to see every game, and you had to die on me today. And I said, if you're so smart, I said, let Dave Parker hit one over the St. Louis Cardinals sign. I was just kind of mumbling to myself, because that was her favorite player, see. Well, on the very next pitch, he hit the ball right in the middle of the Cardinals sign. And I was like this, I went, oh, and I got chills. I said, I'm not asking for anything else. I knew we were going to win, and we did.
Tanner still proudly wears his World Series championship ring. Both Tanner and Leland say they'll miss the memories at Three Rivers Stadium, but they're glad to see the Buccos moving to a better home.
Oh, I'm kind of glad about it, to be honest with you, because it was, it really was never a great baseball stadium.
And the happiness that I'm going to feel is the fact that here we go, baby. This is a new 30 years coming up in the greatest baseball park in the country.
And there it is. Or will only be for a few more seconds. Leland says he's going to watch the implosion from the Clark building nearby. Tanner will be watching at home.
And don't go anywhere, anyone. In 3 minutes, we should hear our first warning horn, and then 13 more minutes. Three Rivers will only be left standing. We're going to take a break. Our coverage continues in a minute.
Verizon Wireless introduces Mobile Messenger. Now you can chat using your wireless phone without talking. Verizon Wireless. Simple, affordable, national. Join in.
Unprecedented weather coverage on Channel 11 News. Coverage you can count on.
Remember when you look forward to the promise of each new day? Hello, I'm Michael Leader. At Country Meadows Retirement Communities, we encourage our residents to maintain or regain that zest for life. Our programs are designed with your interests in mind, and we always remember that you have individual physical, spiritual, and emotional needs. We invite you to stop by for a personal visit or call us today. We're in the White Pages under Country Meadows.
Hi, Kenny there. You know, if you have that crack in your basement wall, fix it now. Hey, why now? Because we're not busy right now this time of year. Hey, it's cold, but it don't matter because we have no outside digging whatsoever. Call that 1-800-LEAKY-BA now. Get it done now because that crack in your wall might get bigger and your wall might fall down. Time if you wait till the monsoon rain comes when we'll be real busy. So do it now. Why wait? Call 1-800-LEAKY-BA now. Remember, I can't call you. You got to call me.
The burb of the burg, the burb of the burg. Discover Pittsburgh's premier suburb in Ohio. Jefferson County, Ohio is just 40 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 25 minutes from the airport. Lower taxes, no traffic jams, strong workforce, business and politically friendly, and waiting for you. Steubenville, Ohio, the burb of the burg, 10 minutes west of the Post-Gazette Pavilion. The burb of the burg, the burb of the burg. Pittsburgh's premier suburb. Steubenville.
Coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
And there's a collision. It's caught out of the air. The ball is pulled in. First place in the Athlete Central Division. Before a sellout crowd at Three River Stadium.
Just the name, Three River Stadium, brings so many memories. It was a legendary place to watch football, certainly, and baseball. Thousands of people are now gathered to watch the 19-second implosion of Three River Stadium for 30 years. It's been home to the Pirates and Steelers, and now just 10 minutes away from the big blast that will bring it down. Good morning, everybody. I'm David Johnson.
And I'm Newland Archinall. Thanks so much for joining us. We just want to take a second to thank our sister stations in Steubenville and Johnstown, WTOV and WJAC, for joining us at this point, 9 minutes away from the big implosion.
We want to thank everybody for watching as well at those two stations, because this is not just a Pittsburgh story. It's a Western Pennsylvania story. It's an Eastern Ohio story. Folks from those areas have made plenty of visits to watch the great events at Three River Stadium. And Channel 11's Kevin Benson has moved outside now to give us the weather. And Kevin, what a beautiful morning. A little chilly out here, but it looks great.
Boy, it sure does. And you're right about this weather here. It's actually a bit invigorating as the temperature is about 20 degrees and we have just a light breeze blowing out here today, folks. Wind is out of the north-northwest at about 5 to at times as much as 10 miles per hour. I'm out here live on the Channel 11 property. We've enjoyed this beautiful view for about 30 years or better out here now, and you can take a look at the view that we see as we look toward Three River Stadium. And what we want to do right now is just take a quick look at the weather conditions there on our neighborhood WeatherNet station. You can see the temperature. This is live, real-time information now. Temperature is 21, and you can see the wind is relatively light. Generally a northerly component to the wind now. It's down to about 3 or 4 miles per hour. So live from Channel 11's view of Three River Stadium here. Let's go back inside and check the traffic with Katina.
Thanks, Kevin. Well, of course, traffic is getting on the slow side. Now, they have just closed down the ramp, taking you from the Fort Pitt Bridge over to the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Of course, that is inside the blast zone, so that roadway is closed. Also, Route 65, as you head over to the Fort Duquesne Bridge, West End Bridge, all of those roadways are closed. Now, police are dealing with another problem. It seems that people are parking on the Vets Bridge, and of course, that's not allowed. So if you are getting ready to head in that direction, beware that no parking is allowed as you get across any of the bridges at this time. And of course, all of the streets on the North Shore, which is Federal Street, also Ridge Avenue and Reedsdale, they're all closed for the blast. Now, Newland and David, back to you.
All right, Katina, thank you very much. Let's take a look now at all the cameras we have out there to capture this historic moment.
And we have spared no expense, David. We want to let you know that we have 6 cameras inside Three Rivers to bring you the implosion. That's as up close and personal as you can get on a morning like this morning. And we have 2 photographers stationed at the command center this morning.
There's also a camera on top of one of downtown Pittsburgh's, in fact, it is downtown Pittsburgh's tallest building, USX Tower.
On Mount Washington, we have a camera with Channel 11 Steve Chenevey at the Monterey Bay Fish Grotto, where the city's biggest watch party is being held right now.
And along Grandview Avenue, where crowds about 10 or 15 thick have gathered on Pittsburgh's highest point for a bird's eye view.
We did not forget the north side. We have a camera inside the historic Clark building for an interesting perspective there.
We are showing all of the camera angles there. And that one is from the Clark building on the north side. And Point State Park, of course, let's not forget that, right across the river. You feel like you're right on top of it, or it's on top of you, and they're going to need to get ready for a little dust, Newland, there, I think, because the wind is heading in their direction this morning.
Yes, it is. So be careful, folks. Be sure to make sure you have some glasses or something to protect your eyes. And here at the station, of course, we have Tower Cam, just one of the 4 cameras, including the one where we are ready to show you the view from here on top of Television Hill. Of course, it's part of our perspective every day here, David.
Yeah, we've come to know and love that view. We talk about when we leave the studio and walk toward, we have this huge, big picture window that we look out over the city of Pittsburgh and the north side, and every time we come back down to the newsroom, I look at the city, I look down at the stadium, and it's not going to be there anymore.
It's not. It's going to be absolutely unusual, and a lot of people taking part, getting ready to see the implosion, and that includes on top of Mount Washington. Channel 11 Steve Chenevey at one of the big parties right now at the Monterey Bay Fish Grotto. And is the anticipation building there this morning, Steve?
Boy, it sure is, Newland. And if you take a look, here's just another one of our cameras that we have, and the view that you'll see from up here high above Mount Washington. And look at all the folks lined up along Grandview Avenue, getting their last look at Three Rivers Stadium while it's still standing. A virtual who's who of government and politics up here tonight. For the mayor's office, Deputy Mayor Sal Cirabella is here. A number of state representatives, council members. One of them, a former council member, now a state representative, Michael Diven.
Yes, sir.
Happy to be here today.
Yeah, it's exciting. I think it's very exciting for Pittsburgh. This is a symbol. You know, we're going to see Three Rivers Stadium go down, and you know, we've got 2 great stadiums, and a lot of the people that are here this morning are people that had an instrumental part. I saw Commissioner DeWitt is here, and Commissioner Cramner, both 2 people that put a lot of effort in making this day possible. So it's exciting to be here and share it with the rest of Pittsburgh, and to see all the people lined up through the streets is amazing. So.
It really paints a picture for Pittsburgh. You were here on council through a lot of the battles, and now in the state. How is the state looking at this?
Well, I think that from the state level, obviously a third of the funding comes from the state government, and I know in talking with a lot of legislators I'm now working with, it was a very tough vote for them to put up, but seeing the progress and seeing how things have come about and all the development it's spurred in the city of Pittsburgh, I think it was something a lot of people are very proud of.
All right, and the party continues up here. Lots of people fighting for the window seats. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks so much. And I understand as we're just 4 minutes away, we do have a unique perspective for the implosion. We have the radio frequency, I think, that we can listen into right now to hear what's happening as the crews talk to each other and get ready for the implosion.
Jack.
Yeah, they are signaling each other. We're only now, let's see.
Clear. Hey, can I have the plunger, please? Dan Hardy, can you put the plunger online, please?
Less than 3 minutes away now. We're listening to radio frequencies as crews prepare for the big blast. There you see Three Rivers Stadium torn up from the inside, soon to be torn up completely from the inside and the outside as we approach the implosion. This is live from Chopper 11 in our Sky Zoom camera.
And you can hear them going through all the checkpoints as they do just in the last few minutes. And we want to remind folks that the folks who were selected to push the ceremonial plunger will not actually detonate the explosives. There's somebody who is licensed, who is trained to do this, who will push the button at the same time that the Pittsburgh family will push down on the ceremonial plunger.
Yes, a woman from this area won that right to do the ceremonial job. She's turning it over to her teenage son this morning.
Clear the radio, Ray.
Okay, again, we're listening to our crews there and the crews from Three Rivers getting ready now. 2 minutes away, ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes away from the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium. I've heard this described as a not particularly pretty place. In fact, some have said, yeah, frankly, it's ugly, but it's utilitarian. It got the job done. if it was a legendary place, it wasn't so much because of the way that looked. It was the way the teams played. The great Steelers teams of the 1970s, the Pirates teams that won 2 World Series, and of course the fans that made that perhaps the loudest venue in all of pro football.
And you know, when it opened 31 years ago, David, the first season general admission tickets went for $3.15. Of course, almost 10 times that much now. But when it was originally designed, it was designed to look very much like the new Steelers Stadium, crescent in shape with the end zone pointing towards the river and, of course, the Golden Triangle. But when the bids started to come in, it just got too expensive. And so this is the result that you see here on your screen. Three Rivers Stadium, a round concrete building with no view to the outside.
That's right. That's going to change, of course, with the new Steelers venue. There are some others that look like that around America. Riverfront, they used to call it in Cincinnati the Vet. In Philadelphia, the one in Atlanta has been imploded already.
And here you look at the bottom of your screen. There it goes, Three River Stadium. They said it would take 19 seconds. By my calculation, it took about 17 seconds, David, and just a pile of rubble and dust. You can hear the fireworks, folks, going off behind me. Don't know if we could get that perspective right now.
There they are, Newland, right in the upper corner of your screen near our live graphic. Zambelli International said, "We have to be a part of this day." Three River Stadium has been a part of our life for so many years, all the way dating back to 1970. And there you saw it happen. They were a little early on the implosion plunger, folks. If you were expecting it right at 8 o'clock straight up, it happened at about 7:59:30 for you historians out there. And as we look down, Newland, at the Steelers' new stadium, it is still standing. So no obvious damage to that, but look at that pile of dust and the rubble underneath it.
And heading straight for Point State Park and Channel 11's Natasha Brown, just as Kevin Benson said it would do. We had winds out of the northwest. This is the picture live right now from Point State Park, and it is just a wall of dust approaching the crowds and the fans sitting down there this morning.
Chopper 11 live again now as we look at what used to be Three River Stadium, the place where those 4 Super Bowl champions from the 1970s played. What do we have? 8 or 9 Hall of Famers from that team played in that stadium. 2 World Series teams from the 1970s.
And you can see it right now from our tower positioned on top of the USX building. This is one of the tallest points, if not the tallest point in Pittsburgh and downtown. And you can see the enormity of the dust and the debris right now as it moves over towards Mount Washington. And again, it went down in just about 17 seconds right before the 8 o'clock hour, just as they said it would in the sequence, with the last part of Three Rivers, the point that is closest to the Steelers' new stadium, coming down last and coming down, falling inside, gravity pulling it in towards the eastern side of the building.
We can't tell if any of those windows were blown out on the Steelers' new stadium by the blast. We can tell you now, live from Chopper 11, that the cloud of dust is kind of hanging in the air. If you take a close look at this, the winds, which are coming out of the northwest, are not very strong, and it's not blowing it very quickly. So the folks who are across the river there at Point State Park are probably just now getting a taste of it, so to speak. So they were worried about the winds, and I don't think that's too much of a problem right now.
No, it is not. Of course, the big question is, David, we had 6 cameras inside the stadium as the implosion went off. And of course, we hope to get some pictures from those cameras momentarily. But Channel 11's Natasha Brown over at Point State Park. Natasha, what was it like from your perspective?
Well, you know, it was just incredible. It startled me. I wasn't expecting the blast to sound off that quickly. It did start a little bit earlier, and it was just so much excitement in the crowd. And as you can see now, we are all being showered with dust. I have my dust mask here, but I can't talk with it on, so I'll leave it off for now. But it's just an incredible amount of dust and debris that's heading our way that's already kind of covering this area. And a lot of folks, that's all it took. They saw the blast, and now they're off and ready to go. They've got their cameras, and they've captured the moment, and they are, I'm certain, very happy that they could be a part of this very memorable day today. So right now we're just trying to deal with all the dust and debris that's definitely clouding us right now. Newland and David.
All right, Natasha, thanks very much. People waiting for the dust to settle now there to get a good view of what it looks like after the implosion. There you see the dust now moving across the Golden Triangle, across the Allegheny River, toward the Mon River as well. This went off just a few seconds before 8 o'clock this morning. Newland timed it. 17 seconds is what it took for the whole thing to go down. And from our vantage point here on Channel 11's television hill, we have a balcony here on our 3rd floor. We have a row of trees, and we saw it fall and then just disappear behind the trees on the north side.
And we already have a replay back for you to see how it all went down just before 8 o'clock this morning. If we can get that ready, we'd love to see how it looked as those series of explosions went off. We see Elizabeth King and her family ready for the ceremonial plunger. It goes down. You can see the sparks going off, the explosions going off inside. It went down quickly, didn't it?
I'd say it went down the way they wanted it to go down. You know, I'm no implosion expert, and I don't play one on TV, but let me just say this. It went down straight, and we described it so many times. And there, Newland, you see the edge of the Steelers Stadium, the new one.
And you see the protective meshing over the new Steelers Stadium, and it doesn't look like any debris went through that. Of course, you see on the ground there, I'm sure those are folks from Controlled Demolition and Bianchi Trison who are now going to see to make sure that everything happened just as they planned. And you'll notice that there's a lot of rubble and that there's some steel standing. They expected that to happen. They expected that some of the structure would still be left standing. They've got to come in today. They'll start at work immediately to go in and take that apart and get it cleared out of here.
It is always so impressive to see implosions come off perfectly. This one, we'll hear it from the experts in a few minutes, no doubt. This one appeared from all our vantage points to go as planned, and that's very important. They didn't want any surprises on this.
Channel 11's Rick Earl was down there with Controlled Demolition all morning long, and we want to get his perspective right now. It's got to be exciting, and they've got to be pleased about this, Rick.
Yeah, Newland, very exciting down here. You know, the dust sort of went the other way. It went toward Point State Park. We didn't get much dust here at all. We saw the cloud off in the distance, not much dust at all. But right now I'm joined by Doug Loiseau from Controlled Demolition Incorporation. Doug, give me your assessment.
Yahoo! No, from here it looked real good and real went according to plan. My brother's looking at the site now, and as far as the Steelers Stadium is concerned, it wasn't compromised structurally. So it looks real good, but again, you know, it appears from here that it did as expected. The steel is sticking up. The contractor said that he can pull it over with no problem. So
and that's what you said it would stick up about 65 feet. Yeah. The Steelers Stadium, some of the debris only went out about 45 feet. Is that what your brother said?
Oh, he was saying there's a ring road around it. The Steelers Stadium was about 80 feet away, and he said that the debris was still 45 to 50 feet away from that.
All right, good job. Thank you so much. Doug Loiseau from Controlled Demolition Incorporated. He is now going over to the stadium to inspect it himself. Of course, people here very pleased about the way Three Rivers Stadium came crashing to the ground. Back to you, David and Newland.
Thanks, Rick. I like how he explained that and his perspective. Yahoo, to quote Doug Loiseau.
And you saw him rubbing his face and eyes there, Newland. Doug Loiseau's he's had a rough couple of weeks to get this thing ready. We had an implosion date set for February 4th at one point. They were even talking about Super Bowl Sunday. And then, you know, as you heard, no doubt in the news recently, they said we cannot get this properly done in that quick a time, and they pushed the implosion date back to the day. Here we are on February 11th, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to do it safely, and by all accounts, that has been accomplished. We have more implosion angles to show you. And I think we're going to take one now from USX Tower. That is the tallest building in the city of Pittsburgh, and let's see what it looks like right there.
And it goes right down, and there you see the fireworks going off immediately following by Zambelli fireworks up in the air. A nice little shower to commemorate Three Rivers Stadium, a home away from home for so many sports fans here in Pittsburgh and from really the tri-state area for the last 31 years.
And we're going to give people an idea, Newland, of where we are here. We're on the third floor balcony of the Channel 11 News studios, and there you see behind us is the dust still hanging over the air. And of course, you don't see, normally you'd be able to see the stadium. Right above that row of trees where my finger is right there, right up in there is where Three Rivers used to be. Now it's just dust. It's gone. We have two new stadiums.
It's going to be
amazing.
different. It's going to be different for us because for years we've been coming out here. We look out over Three Rivers from our perspective. Every day when we come to work, we have this beautiful view of Three Rivers Stadium. Now that's gone, a whole new landscape. We'll just have to get adjusted to the new view, which is PNC Park and the new Steelers Stadium.
Find out what that's going to be named. Newland, you talk about coming to work and seeing Three Rivers, all those trips you came to work. And I've been here for, well, half of Three Rivers Stadium life. And my trip on the way home takes me across North Shore Expressway, then connects to the Fort Duquesne Bridge, and that's where we're right next to Three Rivers Stadium. And of course, people have been there so many times, have left the stadium and using that way home. You get a feeling of intimacy on the highways, and you're going to have that for the Pirates' new park and for the Steelers' new stadium. But I have mixed feelings about it. I never thought it was an attractive place. It certainly served its purpose. Newland, you talked about this. It was an era when they wanted to, do as much as they could with one building, put football and baseball and have concerts inside and switch the seats around. That never lended itself to a beautiful type of ballpark, the places that we like to think of that are great, like Wrigley Field or a Fenway Park in Boston, that, no matter if you have good teams or not many fans, there's always something special about
There's
it.
an
The ivy
atmosphere.
on the walls, the green monster, that sort of thing. Three Rivers never really had that, but it had the incredible fans and the incredible teams, which nothing can be taken away from there for Three Rivers. And there you see the remains.
Yeah, we're going to go to the point now, and you can see the dust finally starting to clear. There's some diehard fans still out there. I imagine that a lot of them ran for cover when they saw that wall of dust coming towards them about 8 minutes ago.
They were close.
They were very close. And you can see as you look across the water now, you can see buildings in the back of Three Rivers. Remember that you could not see that up until today. And a lot of folks at home may be wondering why they still see so much steel, that they probably thought it was going to go completely flat, that there would be absolutely nothing left of Three Rivers. That was never the case. They knew that they would have to dismantle a little bit of this building, and they'll begin trucking and clearing it out here fairly shortly.
Yeah, there's much work to be done. This was obviously the big part of it, the most exciting part of it, the part that had the most danger. And we're going to go to Chopper 11 is getting the tapes of the inside of the stadium. So we have secured those tapes. Is that correct? We've secured those tapes? We're getting them. And we're on our way. And that should be an exciting angle. We had 6 cameras inside of Three Rivers Stadium, and we were just praying that the equipment wasn't going to be destroyed. We're going to find that out for a fact as we swing our camera around there.
Yeah, we were showing you trucks, by the way, David, of our tape, trying to get back to a place where we can get it on the air to you as soon as possible of that memorable moment. As you look down, there we are. We're heading towards you, so we'll bring that to you as soon as possible. But hopefully we captured all 2,700 carefully timed explosions, a total of 2,000 pounds of dynamite used today. They knocked out, those dynamites were placed in the supports, about 160 pillars on each floor of Three Rivers. There were 5 floors, so that brings you about roughly 800 pillars that had little sticks of dynamite in them. And then, of course, controlled demolition, setting them off in carefully timed explosions. And that brought down Three Rivers, and you see what the result is.
A precise job, Newland. You mentioned all those numbers, and that takes time. That takes a lot of hard work. That takes know-how, and that's what was pulled off there. And there you see the steel that's still sticking up. Newland mentioned that's the way it's supposed to look. That's part of the job that lies ahead. We're also going to take a look at one of our other camera angles. We've had so many that we're going to bring you this morning, different angles and looks at the way this thing went down. USX Tower, the tallest building in Pittsburgh, 64 stories high. It's 841 feet from the top of the building, and let's give you that perspective and see what that looked like as Three River Stadium, 31 years old, the house of so many great memories. Well, let's take a look at Point State Park first before we do that. Point State Park, up close, right across the Allegheny. There it is.
And you can see how close it was to the new stadium. Had any of that debris fallen outside instead of falling inside, of course, it may have blown out the windows of the new stadium. But weeks ago, David, they put a protective meshing over those windows because they wanted to prevent any serious damage happening to the new stadium, because obviously they've put millions of dollars into it already, and there are many millions of dollars to go.
You don't want to bring that one down when you just put it up, obviously. There you see the people who, by the way, did not run for cover. And I think you made a good point before, Newland, because, you know, you stand so close and you say, I'm ready to go. But when the dynamite starts to go, you don't know how you're going to react, and a building starts to fall down. And this is not a terribly wide river, the Allegheny. So they were some hardy souls there who watched. And you saw some people put their hands to their head like, oh, my goodness, it's finally gone. It's actually out of our lives now, and we've got the new PNC Park coming up in just a couple of months, and the Steelers Stadium later this fall.
And we want to take you back to a replay. This is on top of Grandview Avenue. This is on top of Mount Washington. Watch it from this perspective. Remarkable at how quickly it goes down. You can hear the fans, David, cheering. I would guesstimate, I haven't gotten any official numbers, no one's told me, but I imagine that there were easily thousands of people up there on top of Grandview Avenue this morning.
I don't know which is the most impressive, Newland, as I watched. We saw USX Tower before, we've seen from Chopper 11, we've seen from the north side, we've seen from across the river at Point State Park, now high atop Mount Washington. I was going to say, as I first looked at that one, I think that might be the most special, the most impressive, giving you the best perspective, perhaps, of the whole thing going down.
And we're going to show you what it looked like from our vantage point. David and I were sitting up here on top of Television Hill, and we have a picture from Tower Cam, and this is how it looked to us. As it goes down.
Well, that's pretty impressive, too.
It seemed like longer as we were sitting here and I was counting it. I kept thinking, at first, initially, you could see the little explosives going off and the sparks from within. And I kept thinking, when's it going to start falling? When's it going to start falling? And then it just sort of happened all at once.
Because you timed it right from when she and he pressed the plunger down.
Exactly. And they're probably, maybe my numbers are wrong. They may come out later, David, and say, no, Newland, it was exactly 19 seconds.
We told you it would be. There's Chopper 11 right there. Or are we still on Tower Cam? I'm not sure.
I think we're still on Tower Cam.
Still on Tower
We've
Cam
got a
as we
picture,
look at
though,
the dust that hung in the air there. There she goes. This is from Chopper.
Let's see if she goes down the way they had expected.
And again, you're right. I recall it taking longer as we were sitting here live.
And we should let you know that PennDOT is now opening roads because, David, a lot of folks who watched this from home and watched our coverage, of course, we thank you for that, did not get out on the roads, but they do have church to get to. We understand that one of the concerns up on Mount Washington this morning was that church services would be starting around 9 o'clock this morning and people arriving for services earlier than that. And that's why they didn't want people parking up there, and they weren't going to allow people to park in the church parking lot, which is usually a favorite parking space or spot, and myself included, when you want to watch the fireworks, but that was not allowed to happen. And they had, in fact, tow trucks and police up there this morning making sure that the folks could come in and attend the services.
And that is a live picture right there of what is left of Three River Stadium. Again, Rick Earl was close by there as well. That's from Point State Park. I'm sorry. Rick Earl is on the ground now with controlled demolition. They did a great job, Rick, it appears.
That's right, David. They are very happy, very pleased about how Three Rivers Stadium came down. But joining me right now is Marty Neiman. He's from PennDOT, and PennDOT inspectors were out just seconds after the implosion, just seconds after Three Rivers Stadium came down. PennDOT workers were out inspecting the roads and bridges around Three Rivers Stadium. Marty, tell me what you found.
That's correct. We have 7 inspectors and 3 vans and 1 inspector in each van and 4 inspectors on the ground underneath the substructure, looking at the substructure. Nothing more than just debris on the road. We didn't expect too much debris, but there were a few rocks, and that took an extra 5 minutes. We expected to have the roads open at 10 after, but we just opened them at quarter after because of the debris.
That's right. Just seconds ago, you gave the all clear to your men, and the roads are reopening at this time.
That's correct. Now, we're going to continue with the inspections, but we didn't see anything that would cause traffic not to be able to use the bridges.
You must be pretty pleased.
I'm just relieved. I didn't expect much of anything, but we were prepared in any case, and we just had to follow through just to confirm the obvious.
And the seismograph machines out there, they gave a reading a lot less than some people even expect.
Yeah, the EPA, Department of Environmental Protection of the state, they wanted to keep it under 2. With our bridges, we wanted it under 1 inch per second. They said it would be under half an inch per second. It turned out to be less than a 1/4 inch per second shock wave.
Great. Thank you so much. Marty Neiman from PennDOT. Thanks for joining us. Well, there you have it from the command center. Of course, Newland, I'd like to reiterate what you said earlier just a few minutes ago. It was almost surreal when the stadium came down. We were standing here. There were a series of bang, 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 bangs, and then for a moment there, I wondered what was going to happen, if anything. And then several seconds later, of course, Three Rivers came crashing to the ground. So an amazing viewpoint from where we are here, right next to PNC Park inside the safety zone, about 600 feet from Three Rivers Stadium, which is now in rubble on the ground. And crews will be in there very soon trucking the debris out of that area. They have 120 tons of debris to move out of there. So let's send it back to you guys up there on Television Hill.
All right. Thank you so much, Rick. We're going to take a look one more time. Chopper 11's view of the implosion.
And there she goes. Let's see if she goes down the way they had expected. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? I mean, it did not interfere with the new Steelers Stadium.
I'm meteorologist Julie Bologna. Weather coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
Come see what the road will be wearing this year. See the new cars and trucks in their Pittsburgh premiere.
It's here, the 2001 Pittsburgh Auto Show. You know you want to go. It's at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center, February 10th through the 18th.
The car event, Pittsburgh's raring to go. One big, powerful, exuberant, spectacular show. The Pittsburgh Auto Show.
Verizon Wireless introduces Mobile Messenger. Now you can chat with all your friends all at once without talking. Mobile Messenger from Verizon Wireless. Simple, affordable, national. Join in.
My romance doesn't have to have a moon in the sky. My romance doesn't need one thing but you.
Ralph Lauren Romance. For men, for women. Create a Valentine's Day collection at Kaufman's and receive a collectible miniature.
Your basement walls bowing in a little? What can you do about it? Call Matthews Wall Anchor Service today and they'll take care of it. Matthews Wall Anchor Service repairs more foundations than anyone else in the nation. Not to mention, they're the very best at what they do. You can depend on Matthews to secure your foundation for many years to come. Don't delay. The weight of your home relies on the call. Matthews Wall Anchor Service.
Call Matthews Wall Anchor Service. When problems begin, we'll get you out of the fix you're in.
Welcome back. David Johnson, Newland Archinall with you live here. She's gone. She's not back there anymore. We were just looking back there.
I thought you were talking about me.
No.
I'm here.
You will never be imploded, honey. You're here forever. And we really didn't notice that row of trees for the longest time, and now it's just a row of trees and nothing behind it.
We during the break had to sit here and sort of readjust ourselves. We looked over and all of a sudden it was a whole new perspective, which we said we had to get adjusted to, and we've got to do it fast. It's kind of interesting.
Something else. We're going to take another look at a replay for you from Chopper, I believe. Here we go.
You can see Mayor Murphy. I think that's Mayor Murphy down on the lower portion of your screen, just holding his hat. Look at it go. Everyone looks very pleased. I'm going to quote here from Controlled Demolition, Doug Loiseau, who said to our own Rick Earl right after it happened, "So what did you think?" Quote, "Yahoo!" I guess when you've done enough of this, David, day after day, and it goes off, just according to plan, that, it's just another day on the job for Doug Loiseau.
He looked relieved, quite honestly, and like I said before, he's had a tough couple of weeks here leading up to this, and he just wanted it to come down without any pain, without any problem, and it happened. And the Steelers' new stadium appears to be all there the way it's supposed to be. They're going to remove those Kevlar tarps that they have in front of the windows and see just exactly what happened, but by all accounts, it went the way it was supposed to go.
And a lot of folks up on top of Mount Washington this morning. I was up at Lamont weeks ago where they were planning to serve 600 meals this morning. That's how many people had made reservations at $50 a pop to watch the implosion from that vantage point. Right down Grandview is the Monterey Bay Fish Grotto. Channel 11's Steve Chenevy is at a party there. Good morning, Steve.
Well, good morning, Newland. You can add about 300 or so people to the list that were here tonight, including many local dignitaries. And one of the best views in all of the city, high above Grandview Avenue here on Mount Washington. A couple of the people were filming and taking pictures and said, it was the fastest 17 seconds that they had ever seen, and just lots of oohs and ahs, as you can imagine. I'll take a look out the window, and you'll see the view from here as to what's left of where Three Rivers Stadium stood for more than 30 years. You can see now just a pile of rubble standing right next to where the Steelers will play beginning in the fall. Now, just below, when we take a look down to Grandview Avenue, you can see what's left behind from the big party that was here almost all night. Still a few people straggling around. You could see some folks even brought a tent to sleep in last night. These folks started lining up. 1 o'clock in the morning is when the first people arrived, and as you can imagine, once those bars closed last night, you had plenty more people. And the who's who list here at Monterey Bay, everybody from representatives from the mayor's office to a number of state representatives, former Allegheny councilmen, commissioners were here, and just about anybody else you can think of. This was the place to be. Mayor Murphy is on his way here now, along with the folks who won the right to push that ceremonial plunger, and they will be here shortly. They're on their way, trying to make it through traffic up the hill here to Mount Washington. Reporting live from Monterey Bay atop Mount Washington, Steve Chenevy, Channel 11 News.
Yeah, Steve's had the best vantage point. He's been nice and warm, and they're serving food. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
That's the best. You can't beat it. That's from Point State Park, as you see, the Gateway fleet zip on by. They had a great vantage point, no doubt. We want to tell you also that we were able to secure our cameras inside Three Rivers Stadium. And we're working on bringing those tapes to you and showing what those angles reveal. I can't wait to see that from the inside. That's going to look a little hairy, I am sure.
We had crews out there on Friday, David, who were stringing cable and getting ready for this. And the concern was that when the building came down, that maybe some of the debris would hit a few of those cables and we would lose our picture. But they're telling us down in the control room that it looks good so far. They think they've captured a lot of it, and that the cables, as I'm just guesstimating here, that are intact. And we will probably have some excellent pictures from inside the stadium to bring you.
And if you're wondering about what you're seeing right there, that is supposed to be like that. That still has to be torn. There's a lot of work that still has to be done down there. They've got to, get bulldozers and a lot of heavy equipment to lift out all those tons and tons of concrete and steel. And the steel is still up, as you see, in some parts ringing the stadium.
And work will begin right away, David, for the new 120-foot wide right-of-way that will be part of the street network between the new stadium and PNC Park. And all of this is going to be cleared away. Eventually, actually, this will be the site of a lot of entertainment. This is part of this plan where they're going to have parking, the park, and, of course, a venue for fans to go and interact.
One more view before we take a commercial break of one of our many angles of the implosion. This one, I believe, from Point State Park.
Looks close.
Boy, that was. It's a Steelers stadium right next door, and it looks the way they wanted it to work. We'll be back right after this. Don't go away. More implosion coverage is coming your way.
Weather coverage you can count on Channel 11 News, the most accurate local forecast.
Verizon Wireless introduces Mobile Messenger.
Chelsea, Dad wrote us an email. Yep.
Now you can chat using your wireless phone without talking. Mobile Messenger from Verizon Wireless. Simple, affordable, national. Join in.
Channel 11 Morning News brings you the 11-minute advantage. 11 minutes of uninterrupted news, weather, and traffic at the top of every half hour.
Live coverage of breaking news.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes.
Plus current weather conditions on your screen all the time.
And when severe weather threatens, Storm Team 11 crews bring you live pictures of the approaching storms. The 11-minute advantage, only on Channel 11 Morning News from 5 to 7 a.m. Coverage you can count on.
Dream of the endless possibilities each new day brings. Miracle, you make it happen. The new fragrance by Lancôme. Discover Miracle and a gift with any 2150 Lancôme purchase, now at Kaufmann's.
Announcing 3.9% APR financing on every 2001 Subaru at Suburban Subaru, Pittsburgh's favorite Subaru dealer. Foresters, Legacies, Outbacks, Imprezas. They're all in stock, and for a limited time, save hundreds, even thousands of dollars with low 3.9% financing. Suburban Subaru, now one of the top volume Subaru dealers in the nation. Our sales volume will save you money. Suburban Subaru, conveniently located on Route 19 Perry Highway in the North Hills.
Coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
Welcome back, everybody. Take a look at that. It's down. Three River Stadium is no more. It went off, we believe, as planned. We have yet to hear from Control Demolition officials about did it go exactly as they wanted, but from all accounts, it looks pretty good. That's a live view from USX Tower. The tallest building in Pittsburgh, 800-some feet high, and that's really something to see because we've been looking at it now since 1970, and it's not there anymore, Newland.
Last time we checked in with Channel 11's Rick Earl, he was telling us the controlled demolition was going around surveying the stadium area. And I understand we have the pictures from inside the stadium back right now. We're going to bring those to you in just a second. But we do have some other vantage points of this implosion for folks this morning.
That's
David.
right. I think we had a view from Chopper 11 we wanted to take a look at. And it's always amazing to see it from the chopper. And there it is as it just folds down around the outside. And that huge pile of dust rises to the air, which hung in the air, by the way, for several minutes and finally dissipated.
Chopper 11 was flying over the sky for much of the morning beforehand. Channel 11's Andy Gassmeyer was up in Chopper 11 when this went down. And Andy, this has got to be a memorable moment for you as well.
Yes, it was indeed, Newland, and I echo the comments made by David when this implosion did occur. I'm not an implosion expert, but if you take a look just below us, we are told that everything did go according to game plan, but from our perspective, and it's somewhat limited because at 1,800 feet, you don't have the depth perspective that you'd like to have. But there you see an entire section of bleachers still standing. That would be the northeast corner of the stadium. Now, we have a similar section of bleachers standing, not as high as this particular section, in the southwest corner of the station. We were told, as you know, by Controlled Demolition Incorporated, that 3 sides of the stadium will collapse slightly outward, allowing the area near the new Steelers Stadium to drop straight down. Well, of course, that went according to game plan, it would appear, but we have these 2 sections of stadium seating still standing, which appears to be much higher than we were led to believe would be the case.
Andy, we're going to cut you off for a second and take a look at a vantage point from inside the stadium. Take a look at this, folks. One of our interior cameras. There it goes.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
you
man.
could see them going off, and then you see, of course, the cameras cut off because eventually the cameras got cut off because
That's
of
right.
the implosion.
We couldn't carry the signal anymore at that point. That's a live view from Chopper 11 again. Andy, sorry about that. While you were talking before, we had a brief view of one of our interior shots, and we got it again. But continue on, Andy. Sorry about that.
No, the only thing we were told, David, as we all were told, we would probably wind up with a pile of rubble that might be about 60 feet above the floor of the stadium. But we were also told that all the walls of the stadium would be coming down, that is, coming inward. And, of course, we're having a hard time seeing because of the reflection here against the monitor in the helicopter. But we were told that that section would come down, and it did not.
And Andy, we're looking at another interior camera. It just went black again. It looks like we get actually probably a couple of seconds of good video as the initial part of the building starts to come down in that northwest, northeastern corner.
Quite honestly, Newland, I'm glad we've got anything from inside the stadium. This was a big risk on our part, and we didn't know what we'd get. We did get something, and it's fascinating to watch it come down from the inside. We go live again now to Andy Gassmeyer. Andy, sorry for the interruptions, but we want to make sure people see those interior views.
That's okay, David. I understand that. And you can see from this perspective here that there is still a section of bleachers still standing. We had been told, as I was trying to say before, that we would see a pile of rubble once this implosion occurred that would still be about 60 foot high off the floor of what used to be the stadium. But we see 2 sections of stadium seating still standing, and one is on the northeast corner of the stadium, and one is on the southwest corner of the stadium. There you see it right now. Now, I am not sure if that is supposed to be standing like that, but that certainly is considerably higher above the floor of the stadium than we were led to believe would be the case. And you would think that would tend to take more work afterwards in terms of the removal of the rubble by those crews who are assigned to do that job. David and Newland, back to you.
You know, Controlled Demolition was telling us that when they were talking to Rick Earl just after the implosion happened, they think that they can pull that down without a lot of trouble.
Right. Okay, another interior view, folks. We don't know how long it's going to last, but we're going to see the beginning of it.
You saw that flash of the explosive. And then it should start to come down about now.
Yeah, these cameras, by the way, have no microphones on them, and
oh, that's a nice perspective.
That's a tremendous view. It only lasted a few seconds after it started to fall, but at least we had something from the inside, and it was certainly a unique view of what went on. We're going to have another look at one coming up in just a few seconds from the inside. Andy talked about those steel structures that we had mentioned before from Controlled Demolition. We're hoping to not be taller than 60 feet. They appear to be taller than 60 feet. So did everything go perfectly? Perhaps not. What they wanted was it to come down quickly and smoothly, for no one to get hurt, and for the Steelers Stadium to not get hurt. Another interior view, Newland.
And we should see a couple of flashes of the explosives going off on some of the 800 pillars as the stadium begins to come down. You can hear them.
You can hear that one.
And That camera did not last too long. I'm guessing what happened, and this was the concern of our chief photographer, Mark Johnston, earlier in the week, was that as the debris started to come down, that they might lose their cables, that there also would be some damage to the cameras themselves. And evidently, that appears to have happened, just what we thought would happen.
Exactly. We got a few seconds, some of those camera angles lasting a little longer than others, none of them lasting as long as, the ones we have from the North Shore and high atop USX Tower, Mount Washington, so on and so forth. But it does give you an idea of what it was like to be inside. Is on that last one, you heard the blasts, and then you see the top part of the stadium start to come down.
And here's another perspective. And I understand this is from CCAC. We had a camera stationed over there as that series of timed explosions went off for the implosion. And we have not seen this video. This is just coming into us, so we're seeing it as you see it right now.
This is a great perspective on how close that is to the Steelers' new football stadium.
You can see the protective meshing on the right side of your screen and the explosives going off on all 5 floors. She goes.
You know what, Newland, except for a couple of things there at the last second that's kind of falling off the top, it did not go toward the Steelers Stadium. It fell almost straight down and, in fact, a little bit in from what I could see.
Isn't it amazing that a $35 million structure that took years to build, some 27 months to build back in the late 1960s, early 70s, can come down in just 17 seconds?
That is the marvel of modern implosion work. These guys are really artists when it comes to being able to bring down buildings almost in a straight line. They never know exactly how it's going to go. Some of them don't always go as planned, but the ones we've seen lately, and this one certainly seems to have gone pretty darn well.
It's like an elephant in a ballet. You know, you think about some of the buildings that they have to bring down in such tight and narrow and delicate circumstances, and I point to the building that made room for Lazarus downtown. They had to work within such tight, you've got Saks Fifth Avenue right across the street, and they just brought that baby down gently
beautifully
and
done, straight
perfect.
down by the same company here. Natasha Brown is live across the river there at Point State Park with more for us. Natasha.
Well, you know, David and Newland, we definitely had the best vantage point and the closest as far as I could see, and there was no doubt about that, especially just after the implosion. We kind of waited for a little bit. We saw the sparks of dynamite flying as they went around the stadium, and all of a sudden we saw everything just collapse. But after that, no doubt, the dust and debris headed straight our way. We just got showered by dust and debris for at least a minute or two, or maybe more. Gosh only knows how long. But just across the river, you could barely even see your hands in front of you. All you could see was just dust and debris. You can see some folks still kind of hanging around, marveling in the moment, and you can see just behind them nothing but rubble now where Three Rivers Stadium once stood there on the North Shore. Now, we were talking to some folks here earlier who have bittersweet memories about this. They were excited to see this implosion and to see it all come down, but a little bit saddened by it as well because there are just so many memories here with Pittsburghers and Three Rivers Stadium. So just mixed emotions here. And for us as well, this is my first implosion. It was exciting, and I have the dust and debris on me to show exactly how exciting this was. Back to you guys.
Natasha, can you hear me? Can I ask you a quick question? I'm just wondering, what was the reaction when you were standing there and you heard the explosions go off? Was it quiet? Were people talking amongst themselves?
You know, it was very quiet, and I guess people were just wondering what to expect almost. Again, we heard the explosions as they were going off around the stadium, and everyone just kind of watched and waited to see what was going to happen. And then just like that, everything just started crumbling down, and the stadium just kind of fell flat. So it was very quiet, and then all of a sudden, you saw the stadium come down, and then all you could hear was excitement and screaming and yelling here. So it was mixed emotions.
Yeah, you had such a great vantage point there, Natasha. Thanks very much. I'm sure we'll check in with you a little bit later. Now we've got Rick Earl live, also very close by, with all the experts who did the job there and the people watching as well. Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, David, that's right. I'm here with Greg Yesko from the Sports Exhibition Authority. Greg, we talked at about 6 o'clock, anxiously waiting for it. It's over now. Some of your impressions, some of your thoughts.
Oh, this was absolutely spectacular. What a view. Tremendous event, you know, really once in a lifetime, and it couldn't have gone better as far as we're concerned. We were concerned about Steelers Stadium, and the plan just played out exactly the way it was supposed to. And really, what can you say? I mean, in the coverage, we had every angle covered in terms of video.
Yeah, we were just watching some of those camera shots from inside the stadium, and your reaction to that, the video from inside the stadium.
Right, and we knew that we'd only get a few seconds, and the cable would be cut. But, we went through a great effort to make sure that this pool arrangement worked out, and we had the cameras placed, and just a great amount of teamwork on everybody's part brought this all together, and we're very pleased.
Three Rivers Stadium is down, but there is still a great deal of work to be done. Tell me about that.
Absolutely, and we're getting right on it to start clearing the debris. We have some very stringent deadlines to get the corridors cut through the debris so we can get the road work going. Really, the PNC Park grand opening is right around the corner, and we have to get these roads in by the time the Steelers Stadium opens, which is in August, which is really not that far off given how much more we have to do yet. But this was the starting point. We knew we had to get the stadium down in order to proceed with the plans, and it went very, very well.
Greg, I think some gentlemen from CDI have just come in now. Were they just inside the stadium, you know?
They were doing the checking. I'm going to talk with them in a few minutes.
They're going to get an assessment on how it went and
right.
get back to us, obviously.
Right, we'll do.
But from all angles, it looks like it went well.
All reports we have so far it went great according to plan, and these folks from CDI, professionals, they've done thousands of structures around the world, and we knew that we brought in the best of the best to do this. And when they told us that they weren't going to do any damage to this from Three Rivers shooting over to the Steelers Stadium, we had complete confidence in them. The flip side of that was also when CDI came back to us and said, "Look, we need this delay for a week." We had to take their counsel very wisely, and so today's events prove that these guys are pros.
That's great. Greg Yesko from the Sports and Exhibition Authority. Thanks so much, Greg. We appreciate it. Obviously, the folks here still assessing the area from the implosion, but from all accounts, it looks like everything here went according to plan. David and Newland, back to you.
Thanks so much, Rick. Rick's camera, one of almost 20 that we had in position to look at the implosion. We want to show you what it looked like from many of the vantage points earlier this morning.
Here we go.
Coverage you can count on means you get the details that are relevant to your life.
I hate flipping mattresses.
That's right, flipping mattresses isn't fun. But today we're introducing the Never Turn mattress. Once we put it in for you, all you have to do is enjoy. Kick it off, we're giving you 6 months, same as cash. Need a mattress and box spring?
Tony's got it.
Want a better airbag?
Tony's got it.
Remember, we don't sell mattresses, we sell sleep. Come in and visit one of our 6 locations.
Monday at 5 on Channel 11 News. A $7,000 deck that doesn't meet code, a roof that leaked 30 days after it was built, and joist hangers are missing nails.
My deck looks like it's 20 years old and it's not even a year old.
Consumer investigator Becky Thompson exposes these home repair nightmares. Monday at 5. Coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
Aunt Lil, do your Kool-Aid thing.
Okay, you see how Karen's got that kiwi in her Kool-Aid? She's the Darren type.
What about Jamal?
Rough on the outside, but sweet on the inside. Just like the pineapple he puts in his Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid, always cool.
Go where you want, when you want, with the all-new powerful 6-cylinder all-wheel drive LL Bean Edition Subaru Outback. Seen at the Pittsburgh Auto Show.
Unprecedented weather coverage on Channel 11 News. Coverage you can count on.
Your basement walls bowing in a little? What can you do about it? Call Matthews Wall Anchor Service today and they'll take care of it. Matthews Wall Anchor Service repairs more foundations than anyone else in the nation. Not to mention, they're the very best at what they do. You can depend on Matthews to secure your foundation for many years to come. Don't delay. The weight of your home relies on the call. Matthews Wall Anchor Service.
Call Matthews Wall Anchor Service. When problems begin, we'll get you out of the fix you're in.
Channel 11 Morning News brings you 11 minutes of uninterrupted news, weather, and traffic at the top of every half hour. Channel 11 Morning News. Coverage you can count on.
And welcome back
yes,
in stereo.
Things have gone so well. It's only appropriate we do it in stereo here. It's great to be with you here for this, Newland. It was an exciting, emotional time. That's been a wonderful place to watch sports, Three River Stadium. It's not there anymore. We have two new places, one that's almost done, one that's going to be done coming up in August. And we have so many camera angles, so many different views of this. We're going to give you another look at this. We pieced together some of these, including from the inside. Let's take a look.
And you can see from inside the stadium the charges going off, 2,700 carefully timed explosions, almost 2,000 pounds of dynamite used to bring down a stadium, 31 years old, a part of history, and will certainly live in so many Pittsburghers' memories.
You know, watching those angles from the inside, our cameras were not damaged. We got the tapes out of them. It makes me wonder, not that you would want to try this, but that you could have been in the middle of the field and watched it and not got... No one would try that at home. Or
I
at the
don't think so.
But, you know, looking back now, how cool would that have been? I know you can't... You know, they're not going to let you inside, but that's just one of the crazy thoughts I have running in my mind right now.
Okay. Well, let's see how crazy things have gotten up on top of Mount Washington. You know, there were just thousands of people up there earlier this morning, some crazy folks camping out in tents since 1 o'clock this morning. Steve Chenevy has been at the Monterey Bay Fish Grotto up on top of Mount Washington, and things I imagine have sort of quieted down a little up there, Steve.
What, are you kidding? Absolutely not. The party's just getting started up here. A lot of folks, the only difference is they're away from the windows now and they're heading toward the food line. I think it's lunchtime for most of the folks who started rolling in here about 5 o'clock this morning. Different story just below us down on Grandview Avenue, where some folks got here about 1 o'clock this morning. There were tents set up, people cooking out. One guy and his family were deep frying a turkey. So it's pretty much the same situation that you would see on game day. Now, speaking of game day and people that are special, you know, there's only a few people that could ever say they actually blew up Three River Stadium, and you're one of them.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great opportunity. I'm glad that I got the chance, and it's just great. This is the greatest day of my life.
Were you able to actually see the stadium as it fell down, and what were you thinking when you saw it?
It was like a standstill. I heard the bangs that then. It was like, you know, waiting forever for it to come down. We just came tumbling down, you know, and that was it.
What were you thinking about as it came down?
I thought about all the memories, that stuff. Thought about Clemente. Thought about the Steelers in the '70s, and all the memory, all the things that happened at Three Rivers Stadium. It was sad. It was sad seeing see it go down.
Well, we got new stadiums going up. You think you might tell one or two of your friends that, hey, I was the guy that brought this thing down?
Yeah. I'm gonna go around telling people that.
Well, we're happy for you, and I know that your mom's around. We're going to talk with her a little bit later on. But how many people could say they were the ones that actually got to implode Three Rivers Stadium? I can count about 2 people, and we'll just talk to one of them. We'll talk to the other one coming up in a little bit. For now, live on Mount Washington, Steve Shanavy, Channel 11 News.
Guys are headed off, that family, by the way, headed off to a warmer, sunnier destination. After this, they've won a trip to the Bahamas.
That's right. We have had a sunny morning.
The weather's
today.
been fabulous.
Warmer? No. It's been chilly out here, but I tell you what, it's been a beautiful day, and I'm sure that the folks at Control Demolition say we couldn't have really had much better weather than this. The winds were not much of a factor. That heavy plume of smoke hung up in the air for quite a while. That's a view from USX Tower, and that is some view because now we've got 2 stadiums. We had 3 for a while there, and now we just have 2. And Three Rivers, that legendary home. I remember growing up in Florida as a teenager in the 1970s, and you heard Three Rivers Stadium, and that meant home field advantage big time, especially for the Steelers, for the Pirates as well. But I think when you think of the loud quality of that stadium, how it just shook when the place got rocking, it was the Steelers of the 70s, and there it is, rubble.
Probably, sorry to interrupt, didn't rock any louder than it did on the day, December 23rd, 1972. Do you know that date, David?
I do know that date. That's the greatest play in NFL history.
That's right. That's Franco Harris's immaculate reception that we are referring to, named the greatest play, by the way, at Three Rivers Stadium. And those are the kinds of plays, the kinds of memories that Pittsburghers have had of Three Rivers. I know about 2 weeks ago I was down covering one of the stories on the implosion and talked to a gentleman who worked at the Carnegie Science Center. His son in Connecticut made him come take pictures of Three Rivers, this gutted out shell.
Oh, it was a great story.
No longer the stadium that people remembered. But he told me, you know what, I was there at Forbes Field. I watched this stadium go up. I brought my boys here. This is where my boys grew up. They've got their tickets in frames. This gentleman saying that his son had saved all those little mementos, had framed them and had them on his wall at his work site in Connecticut, would not let Three Rivers and the implosion go down without capturing that moment on film, and that's why he was there that day.
Yeah, I remember seeing that story you did, Newland, and it was touching to see that man tell that story. And no doubt we're going to hear from people who've been gathering here, and who knows how far away they have traveled, probably hundreds of miles, maybe longer, to see a place that they have seen on TV and been there in person to witness those fabulous plays. You mentioned the Immaculate Reception, Clemente's 3,000th hit, the Super Bowl teams, the undefeated years, only 2 of them at Three Rivers, and all the great baseball moments, the concerts. Let's not forget, it wasn't just sports. Concerts took place there. But we're about ready to build some new memories as we clear away the Rebel you see there with PNC Park and the as yet unnamed Steelers Stadium. We're going to start a whole new era in Pittsburgh sports. I think it's going to be great. But right now, let's take a trip into the recent past and see a chopper replay of the implosion.
You were looking at the implosion replay from Chopper 11. You can see in the bottom portion of your screen Mayor Murphy and, of course, the folks that won the right to push the ceremonial plunger reacting to the implosion. The fireworks from Zambelli going off immediately afterwards. That was just one of our 20 camera angles that we had positioned for our viewers this morning. We also had a camera over at Point State Park. We'd like to take a look at the replay of the implosion from that vantage point. Here you go. And it goes down so smoothly.
And again, we're looking at part of it there starting to edge toward the Steelers' new stadium. I think from this perspective, it's hard to see where, which is closer to the camera, Three Rivers, which I believe it is, or the new Steelers stadium. And Newland and I were watching that before and kind of, holding onto the edge of our chairs here. Was there any damage to the Steelers' new stadium? No, it certainly doesn't appear that way at this point. We don't know if some of those windows were blown out, but there again, you're seeing it from the roof of Channel 11.
Not a lot of wiggle room, just 80 feet between the old stadium and the new stadium, and now what will be the new home for Steelers fans as we go into the new millennium. We are going to take a quick break. We will continue our live Team 11 implosion coverage of the Big Blast. Coming up in just a moment, we thank you for joining us. We hope you will continue to do so.
When winter rears its ugly head, there are some things you just can't live without. Jeep Cherokee being one of them. Now, returning Daimler Chrysler lessees with preferred credit can get a $269 a month lease and all this at no extra charge.
Storm Team 11 is weather coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
In the market for a new home? Don't miss Northwood Realty's Guide to Homes at 11:30 Sunday mornings on WPXI TV Channel 11.
Ready to launch a new career? Take off with EchoStar Communications Dish Network. America's fastest growing satellite television provider is now hiring customer service representatives. If you enjoy working with people, have good computer and communication skills, EchoStar offers a great work environment, excellent benefits, and a competitive starting salary. Apply in person at our McKeesport Customer Service Center or call 412-675-HIRE. EchoStar, take off with our team.
Hey guys, now the Children's Institute is in Wexford, but it's still in Squirrel Hill.
And Monroeville.
Yes, it is.
And Green Tree. Green Tree. Outpatient therapy has become very popular. I prefer the new Wexford facility.
Good job.
Think I'm going to need a little outpatient therapy. Try Monroeville. Try Wexford. I'm there Monday and Friday. I live close to Wexford. Hey, slow down, you're gonna break your neck. Or your arms and legs. That sounds serious.
Well, mine's not that serious.
Trust me, get some therapy. You should always wear a helmet so you don't get a head injury, so you wouldn't need therapy. Just in case, you can visit our website at
AmazingKids.org.
Coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
And there's a collision. It's caught out of the air. The ball is pulled in. By first place in the Atlantic Central Division. Before a sellout crowd at Three River Stadium.
Welcome back, everybody. Our live coverage of the Big Blast continues. A live look from Chopper 11 and what's left of Three River Stadium. Nothing but a pile of rubble and some steel sticking up there. Our tower cam shot, I should say. Just about an hour ago, controlled detonations helped bring down the 31-year-old building.
And here is the view of the North Shore from atop our tower cam right now on Television Hill. You can see the rubble that once was Three Rivers Stadium, flanked by two brand new stadiums. And we want to go to some coverage of our implosion this morning, the Big Blast. We want to let you know we had 20 cameras, 6 of Channel 11's cameras inside Three Rivers Stadium this morning to capture the implosion on tape for memory.
Okay, I believe Rick Earl is standing by live now on the North Shore. Go ahead, Rick.
Well, David, that's right. Just a few minutes ago, I talked to some workers from Controlled Demolition Incorporated. They were over at the Three Rivers Stadium surveying the damage there, surveying what happened. They do tell me, one of the biggest concerns was the new Steelers Stadium right next door, about 65 feet away, and there were dozens of glass windows put in already in that new Steelers Stadium. That was a big concern. Of course, last week, they put up a big a sheet covering those windows, hoping to keep them from breaking. We did talk to the CDI workers, and they tell me so far right now they don't have any broken windows in that new Steelers Stadium. So that, of course, is very good news. Of course, right now they are still going through the new Steelers Stadium. And if you take a look behind me, you can see we do have a number of people who are now back in this area. Of course, this area was indeed the safety zone earlier today, but of course that has been lifted. It is all clear. You see people driving through the area. A number of people walking down towards where Three Rivers Stadium once used to stand. It sounds funny, it sounds strange, I know, but that's it. Where it once used to stand, people walking by, looking at this. Of course, an amazing sight this morning when it came crashing to the ground. Here at the command center, most of the people have pulled out. They have packed up. We did see a few people from the natural gas company. They were checking gas lines, making sure everything is okay, just doing some checks, making sure the gas lines in this area are okay. But all in all, it looks like everything went according to plan. We did talk to CDI about those the steel, the top part of the stadium, the top steel part of the stadium sticking up, and they tell me that that's what they expected. They expected that top part just to come crashing down and sitting on top of the concrete structure. Of course, now they will begin carting all of the concrete and steel away, and that will begin, as Greg Yesko said earlier, very shortly here. So that's the latest from the command center. Let's send it back up to you guys.
Okay, Rick, thanks very much. Newland, I was told in no uncertain terms that my little, I wonder if you could stand in the middle of the field and make it. No, you couldn't. We had 6 cameras inside. We were able to retrieve the tape, but those cameras are no more, I'm told.
No, and they were not manned. We had strung cable inside the stadium, 6 of Channel 11's cameras inside there. We want to show you the replay from all 6 of those vantage points right now.
Okay, that's some of the views of the inside. We had 6 cameras on the inside. Again, those cameras did not survive, but the tapes did, so you could see what it was like to be on the inside. No one was actually there, thank goodness, and I'm glad they didn't let this crazy person to go in there and say, whoa, what would it be like to be on the inside? Obviously, that wouldn't happen, but we did get the angle in there, and that was an interesting perspective. We have so many on the outside, of course.
I wonder what it was like for the folks who fly into Pittsburgh International on a morning like this morning when you look down, and traditionally you look down out of your seat and see
on a beautiful
downtown Pittsburgh, and then you watch Three Rivers go down in just 17 seconds. We've got a picture right now from the USX Tower, one of the tallest vantage points in the city. Let's see how it looked from that view. Just see the enormity of the dust and the debris caused by those 2,700 carefully timed explosions earlier this morning. Happened just about an hour ago.
That's right, a very light breeze blowing from the northwest. So light that it seemed to not move that big dust cloud very quickly. It slowly moved across the Allegheny River. It is completely dissipated now. And we have another angle of the implosion we want to show you. Let's take a look at that.
They had expected. Look at that, isn't that amazing? I mean, it did not interfere with the new Steelers Stadium.
And that is Channel 11's Andy Gassmeyer, who was up inside Chopper 11 earlier this morning, watching it go down in just a few short seconds. And we were talking earlier, David, about Mount Washington, traditionally a place where you go watch the 4th of July fireworks. So, of course, the crowds are going to flock up there this morning.
That's right. We had fireworks immediately following, as you see. Zambelli International providing those memories, as they have for so many other memories of fireworks and events in Pittsburgh. And Steve Shinevy is on Mount Washington with his perspective. What's going on there now at the restaurant? Steve.
Well, David, the parties continue here high above Grandview Avenue up on Mount Washington. We're joined by a couple of very special guests. You know, a lot of the concern was what would happen to the new Steelers Stadium. Joining me is Mayor Tom Murphy. And, Mayor, you said you already were inside the new stadium.
Yeah, went over right after the explosion to look at it. And remarkably, not one window was broken. Of course, we were very worried. About 60 feet away from the Three Rivers was a whole wall of new glass. So we were very worried that some of those windows would get popped up, but none broke. And so the contractors did exactly what they said they were going to do, which was to drop us straight down. It worked. We're very pleased with the results.
Now that this stadium is down, does this finally say, okay, let's clear this out and clear a way for the new development?
We got a lot of work to do now. The hard part begins. We got to move all that 7,500 truckloads of debris out, build 3 new roads before April 9th. So there's a big challenge, and obviously create some parking spaces for the new baseball park.
All right, the work continues. Thank you, Mayor.
Here's the woman and her son who actually did it.
Well, we want to talk to her. We'll catch up with you again in a few minutes, Mayor. Thank you. And Elizabeth, you know, I told your son a few minutes ago, how many people could say they actually blew up the stadium? And I can count 2, your son and you're the other one.
Yes, it was very, very amazing, and it was just unbelievable to see it go down.
What were you thinking as you actually watched it come down?
I just was amazed. I was totally mesmerized by it, just standing there and just watching it slowly go to the ground. It was just mesmerizing.
Now, you told me, for those of you who don't know, through the raffle, she bought 3 tickets, a $30 investment to get this, and a lot of other good prizes, including a trip, a cruise, and all these other things. Right. But you said you knew right away you wanted it to be your son. Why?
Absolutely. My son is a very special child, and his passion is sports. His love is the Pirates. He follows the sports teams voraciously. There isn't a sports stat that he does not know. It had to be Joe. From the get, I knew. We both knew. Mike and I both, my husband and I both knew that it was going to be Joe.
You know, Joe told us that this was the greatest day of his life so far. And what did you think? Is it everything that you thought it would be?
Oh, it was. It truly was. It was just being down there in the limo, being treated like royalty, just like the kings we are. We were taken care of. The Carnegie Science Center has been just super great. Everybody has been super great. Yes, this has been a momentous occasion in our lives.
All right, enjoy the party that you get to do now, along with everybody else up here. More than 300 people up here throughout the day. And as we said, these folks, the building may be down, but the party is just getting started. Live on Mount Washington, Steve Shanavy, Channel 11 News.
And Steve, we can tell you that the Kings got to be kings for a day.
Indeed. And that's a live look, I believe, of the Pirates' new ballpark. Beautiful park. And there's the pile of rubble. And there's the Steelers' as yet unnamed football stadium. It's amazing to think it's not there anymore. So
down on the ground, memories. Channel 11's Natasha Brown was there to watch it all happen. Natasha, things have cleared out. Are there any fans still left where you are?
Well, you know, not really. There are still a couple of folks still kind of hanging around, taking pictures, trying to see the stadium, and lots of folks stuck around a little bit later trying to take pictures in front of this pile of rubble. But, you know, these folks waited hours and hours, and it culminated in just a 17-second moment, but all of them that we talked to say it was well worth it. Many of them left here with mixed feelings, you know, not wanting to see Three Rivers go after 30 years or so in this city, but excited about seeing the new stadium, which has been erected right next door. So lots of mixed feelings among the crowd here. And, you know, it was just incredible to see the implosion from this vantage point just across the Allegheny River. Now we're looking at just a pile of rubble, but right when the implosion was taking place, you couldn't hear a pin drop, but it was very, very quiet. Folks were just anticipating what was going to happen. All of a sudden, you just heard lots of laughter and cheering as soon as it did happen. So it was a very excited crowd here. Again, folks waited hours and hours just to see this and just to be able to take home a part of history here at Point State Park. Back to you guys.
All right, Natasha, what a memory that will be for them. And our coverage of the implosion continues just in a moment.
But first, here's a look at the implosion from the Clark building on the north side, just one of 19 camera angles that we had for you this morning.
And there it is. That implosion resulted in 100,000 cubic yards of rubble. The dust cloud from the implosion, which knocked out 800 stadium pillars, spread the grime for over 150 feet on the North Shore. Again, 100 cubic yards of rubble there left behind, and that dust cloud 150 feet out across the North Shore, 800 of those pillars blasted. We'll be back right after this.
Watch House Calls during the 5 to 6 o'clock news hour, Tuesdays and Thursdays on WPXI.
Harsh winter weather is murder on my hands, so I use moisturizer. And when my skin's so dry it cracks and bleeds, I use more moisturizer. I use Neosporin. Yeah, but that's for cuts. What do you think those little cracks in your hands are?
Neosporin helps heal cuts 4 days faster than a bandage alone and kills the bacteria that can cause infection.
I know it's in here somewhere. Keep looking.
Help heal winter cuts. Help prevent infection with Neosporin. Every cut, every time.
Channel 11 Morning News brings you the 11-minute advantage. 11 minutes of uninterrupted news, weather, and traffic at the top of every half hour.
Live coverage of breaking news.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes.
Plus current weather conditions on your screen all the time.
And when severe weather threatens, Storm Team 11 crews bring you live pictures of the approaching storms. The 11-minute advantage, only on Channel 11 Morning News from 5 to 7 a.m. Coverage you can count on.
Complete customer satisfaction.
My family and I travel all over the country and even pull a travel trailer. We came to North Star because they had the vehicle that we needed. Even after our needs changed, they continue to work very closely with us to find a vehicle that we needed for our family. We're extremely pleased with both the deal and their efforts.
Our customers say it best.
I was uncertain about buying a car on my own, but at North Star, the sales team listened to my needs, delivered the car that I wanted, at a price that fit my budget. And at North Star, service is a commitment, not just a goal. I drove the extra distance to North Star because they went the extra distance for me.
Selection, selection, selection.
Most people won't believe this, but since last March, my family has bought 5 vehicles at North Star. The selection at North Star truly keeps us coming back again and again and again. There'll be any deal.
North Star Pontiac GMC Oldsmobile, Route 19 North between Cranberry and Zelienople.
Okay, again, a look from Point State Park live at what's left of Three Rivers. You know, that looks bigger and more together than it really is. Those are some of the largest pieces left over from Three Rivers. Control Demolitions Incorporated successfully imploded that building a little more than an hour ago.
And you know, David, atop Mount Washington, Grandview Avenue was another popular vantage point for the crowds to watch the big blast. Here's a replay of that event. And it went down in just about 17 seconds at about 7:59:30 this morning, just a few seconds shy of 8 a.m. And the big question is, now that the big blast is over, what next? Well, now there's the big cleanup. They've got to get it done before April, before PNC Park opens. You can see what the implosion left behind. 160,000 tons of concrete for starters. There are also 130,000 tons of dirt and 8,000 more tons of steel. How will crews remove all of that? By now they've started in on their first few hours of basically dusting, and they hope to stick to a schedule.
They're preparing to all sorts of things with street sweepers, labor, water trucks. So we should have this area, the whole neighborhood reopened and available for normal use before 12 o'clock on Sunday.
But just because the area will be reopened doesn't mean crews are done with their work yet. Over the next 6 to 8 weeks, trucks will be hauling the rubble away to landfills and taking the steel to shredders. But don't try to sneak a piece of that concrete. Security will still be policing the area to keep folks from potential harm around all that debris.
And Newland, not far away from that rubble, over at the new ballpark, Christmas tree growers from Indiana County will be leaving their mark on the new PNC Park, where they're going to play baseball. A nursery will donate 6 15-foot-tall Norway spruce trees to line the center field wall. We're told the trees will make it easier for batters to see pitches. Hopefully our batters, the Pirates, I mean. Along with the trees, a plaque will also be erected telling visitors where those trees came from.
It is just a beautiful ballpark set to open in just about 8 weeks, believe it or not. We're going to get back to our Implosion coverage in just a moment.
First, Stacia Ertis downstairs with more of the day's news. Hello, Stacia.
Hello. Good morning to you both. Good morning. In the news this morning, a Beaver County hospital may close in April unless a new buyer is found. About 450 employees at UPMC Beaver Valley and Aliquippa were told they may be laid off because the hospital is losing money. UPMC officials say the facility has lost $8 million. Police are asking for your help to find a suspected bank robber. Investigators say on Friday a man walked into the Promise Star Bank on East Carson Street and demanded cash from a teller. The suspect left a suspicious box behind full of wires. Now, if you have any information about the suspect, you are asked to call the Pittsburgh Police at 665-4000. Westmoreland County will be losing its coroner earlier than expected. Leo Baca has decided to take advantage of an early retirement plan offered by the county. He will leave office April 30th. His term was set to end in December of 2001. Baca's chief deputy will fill the vacancy for the remainder of the year. Well, more than 24 aftershocks have been reported now in Southern California. Yesterday's earthquake registered a magnitude of 5.1. It was felt from Los Angeles to San Diego. So far, no major damage or injuries have been reported. Indonesia's Mount Merapi is still spewing lava and ash. The volcano had been rumbling for weeks. Residents in the surrounding areas were evacuated, but many returned to their homes, even though experts said a major eruption could happen any time. Mount Merapi is Indonesia's most active volcano. And I will have another news update in just about a half an hour. We'll see you then.
Thanks so much, Stacia. We want to get back to our Implosion coverage right now. We want to go back to Three Rivers Stadium. Channel 11's Rick Earl has been with Controlled Demolition throughout most of the morning. And Rick, Steve Chenevey was just talking to the mayor, and he said that he had been around the site and things went exactly as they had planned they would.
Well, Newland, that's exactly what we're hearing down here at the site that used to be the command center. Of course, most of the people have now left, but some CDI workers just a few minutes ago told us that this went really according to plan. No broken windows in that new Steelers stadium, only 65 feet away, and no other debris damage anywhere. So they are very pleased, very happy with the implosion this morning. And of course, all morning long, or for about the past 45 minutes, we've been marveling at those pictures from inside Three Rivers Stadium as the implosion happened. And I want to introduce you now to the man who made a lot of that possible. This is our chief photographer at Channel 11 News. It's Mark Johnston. Mark, thanks for joining us. Tell us what it took to bring us those pictures from inside Three Rivers Stadium as it came crashing down.
Well, it was really an incredible couple of weeks trying to get those ready. We pieced together a number of cameras, so we'd have 6 functioning cameras with a lens on auto irises, so we could deal with the sun in any aspect that we were dealing with. And it was a lot of planning, and all 4 stations came together. We provided the cameras. Channel 4 provided some of the cabling and the engineering work. KDKA was working with us, as well as Fox. So we all really pulled together. We all supplied the equipment, the decks, that we actually cabled from the cameras in the center of the stadium, Three Rivers Stadium. We cabled through Three Rivers, across the rubble, into the new Steelers Stadium, which was very gracious of the Steelers to allow us to do that. Behind some protective barriers, we placed 6 recorders. So we had a cable run of about 700 feet or more, and we were just thrilled because all week, as a matter of fact, for 2 weeks, CDI as well as SCA said, we're going to let you do this, but we're not guaranteeing anything. These cables might go right away. So we really worked hard to get them at the last explosive pillar, 9E it was, and we were able to tuck them up against the pillar, and they were protected for about 14 to 15 seconds.
Mark, when you saw what you had, what the video, the images that were captured in there, you must have been pleased.
I was jumping up and down. I was so elated because, as I said, we didn't think we would get what we got. And so that's why we put as many cameras as we did in so many different angles, wanting to make sure that we captured something exciting, something that would really tell the story. And although it's brief, there's after you can actually see the implosion, you can see the explosives going off, you see the top of the rim begin to crumble, and then bam, it goes black. And we knew at that point we at least had something.
You told me when the Seattle Kingdom was brought down that they attempted that, and it didn't work out quite as well as it did here.
They got nothing. They got zip. And so knowing that was the case, as a matter of fact, we even sought their counsel at CDI, saying, you know, are we going to get anything and so on, as I talked about a little earlier. And they said, well, we haven't had much success with this. So we feel like we've really accomplished something. All 6 cameras were operating, all 6 recorded tape, and we were able to get the pictures. So.
Yeah, wonderful. And Mark has been inside the old Three Rivers Stadium. What did you see when you went in there to retrieve the tapes?
I'll tell you what, that was an experience. We were all kind of commenting as we went in the car about how it was like a World War II zone, or, you know, the metal was hanging out. We had an official from CDI with us for safety purposes and so on, and he was just elated because the steel that we saw still erect in the air was falling inward, not outward, and that's what they were concerned about, or one of the issues.
Great.
So it was quite an experience.
Great. Thank you so much. Our chief photographer here at Channel 11 News, Mark Johnston. That's the latest from the command center. Back to you.
Okay, Rick and Mark, good job, everybody out there, to get it out and on the air like they did. Amazing. Channel 11's live team coverage of the big blast, the big implosion, continues right
And we have another perspective from the implosion, this one from right on top of Television Hill, and our cameras up here. Or Chopper 11. We also had Chopper 11 covering this for us this morning, and this is the result, and you can see some machinery ready to get going to clear away the debris and all the rubble in time for the Pirates home opener at the new PNC Park.
Now that Three Rivers has been imploded, crews can begin some road work on the new roads between the stadiums. That includes an extension of General Robinson Street and the new North Shore Drive. Also, a road called Steelers Way, which will run where the rubble of Three Rivers is now, will be built.
I'm meteorologist Julie Bologna. Weather coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
It's the height of the fashion season at Today's Home, and the February home sale brings it all together. You'll find outstanding manufacturer-authorized discounts on all the hot new looks and cherished bestsellers. Everything from the smooth lines of contemporary to the timeless elegance of the classics. Plus, Today's Home will donate 5% of your total purchase to the Make-A-Wish Foundation for Children. The February home sale at Today's Home. Big discounts, fabulous furnishings, and a chance to make a difference.
Hello? NBC Tonight.
Cue the sun.
From the time he was born,
No scripts, no cue card.
his life was a TV show.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
And he never knew it till now.
A lot of strange things have been happening.
The last thing that I would ever do is lie to you.
Winner of 3 Golden Globe Awards.
Get out of here.
Want to do it again? No!
He's gone.
Hit him again. Is that the best you can do?
We can't let him die in front of a live audience. He was born in front of a live audience.
Jim Carrey.
It's amazing.
The network premiere of The Truman Show, NBC Tonight.
Remember when you could walk to the corner store and choose just those candies that you enjoyed? I'm Jane Leader Janisek, and at Country Meadows Retirement Communities, we offer different levels of care, so you can choose what best suits your needs and not pay for unneeded services. We invite you to stop by and experience firsthand that old-fashioned feeling of warmth, caring, and support, because Country Meadows remembers. Call us today. We're in the White Pages under Country Meadows.
Winter weather causes problems for homes, which means home improvement projects aren't far behind. The solution? Windows Unlimited's Winter Super Sale, where you'll save 20 to 35%. Quality windows, doors, siding, patio rooms, and more. 20 to 35% off. Call for a free estimate. And when nice weather arrives, your home improvement projects will be done. Sale ends soon. Windows Unlimited. Home improvement pioneers since 1963.
This is Channel 11 Carnegie Science Center weather.
Yes, good morning to you. Kevin Benson here live in the Channel 11 Weather Center with a check of your forecast. And you can see we have clear skies in southwestern Pennsylvania. A lot of sunshine out there, even though it is still Chilly, temperature is now 22 degrees. Sky is mostly clear. Wind chill still about 5 above 0 as we have a wind out of the northwest anywhere from 8 to about 12 miles per hour. Here's what you can expect today. Mostly sunny conditions. Cold to start here this morning, 22 degrees. This afternoon, mostly sunny, chilly. Temperature should go to about 30. This evening, mostly clear and cold, about 22 degrees. And then overnight, mainly clear and cold. And the temperature will go to about 17. Again, here are temperatures across the region. 22 at International Airport. 20s all over the place with the exception of Du Bois and Johnstown, where they're checking in with 16 degrees. Here's Channel 11's weather predictor, and you can see it keeps us with a clear sky here right on through this afternoon. Tonight, we'll gradually see a little more in the way of cloudiness coming up here tomorrow. Let's get a check now on your 5-day forecasts from Channel 11, Carnegie Science Center. You can see it gets a little milder, and the temperature tomorrow is 40. The temperature Tuesday is 48 degrees. There is a check of your Channel 11 Carnegie Science Center forecast. Now let's get back upstairs. Here's Newman.
And thousands of people who were watching the implosion earlier this morning, many of whom camped out overnight to see it, are now heading back home along with folks who were at church services earlier. Let's get a check on traffic right now from Katina Forte. Good morning, Katina.
Good morning, Newland, and good morning to you. As you get ready to head out the door this morning, if you were in town watching the implosion, the good news is all of the streets have been reopened. Remember, the inside, the blast zone, the North Shore streets, Federal Street, Ridge Avenue have all been reopened. Traffic is moving pretty well. Also, Fort Pitt, Fort Duquesne bridges, West End Bridge, West End Circle, all reopened. A little bit slow as you head across the Fort Duquesne Bridge, heading toward the Parkway West. Newland and David, back to you.
All right, Katina, thank you very much. Our coverage of the big blast continues.
In just a moment, we want to give you another perspective of the implosion that happened earlier this morning.
Want to see a really great service department? Follow me. When you pull your car in for service at the C. Harper Autoplex, you're immediately greeted. They even top off your window washer fluid for free. Hi, Adam. Hi, Dave. That's Dave Hall. Here at the C. Harper Autoplex, he's the service director. Look at this massive service area. C. Harper has over 90 service people and extended service hours to get you in and out. If your car needs to stay, C. Harper has 50 enterprise rental cars available, so there's never an inconvenience. And every vehicle that comes in for service goes out with a free car wash. And you get the same treatment whether your car is a new Cadillac or an older Cavalier. But don't take it from me. Experience it for yourself at the C. Harper Autoplex, selling Chevrolet, Pontiac, Cadillac, Buick, and Kia, Route 51, Bell Vernon. Thinking about a new Ford? Here's Billy Hillgrove at the new C. Harper Ford.
Hi, Bill Hillgrove here at the new C. Harper Ford. With me is Joe Faddis, General Manager. Joe, why are more and more people choosing C. Harper Ford?
Well, Bill, that's easy. We always have a fantastic selection of new and used vehicles, evening and Saturday service hours, and a very helpful sales staff.
Speaking of sales staff, with me is Gene Doyle. Gene, why should more customers choose C. Harper Ford?
Simple, Billy. It's the way we treat our customers.
That says it all. The new C. Harper Ford, Route 51, Bell Vernon, 2 miles south of I-70.
I want this to be the greatest day in her life. It's going to set the tone for everything. She deserves the best I can offer.
You can afford the best at King's Jewelry. Celebrate your past, present, and future together with a brilliant diamond and platinum 3-stone ring, starting at $9.99.
She deserves King's Jewelry.
For that special sparkle, come to King's.
Coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
And there's a collision. It's caught out of the air. The ball is pulled in by first place in the Central Division. Before a sellout crowd at Three River Stadium.
Welcome back, everybody. The cleanup has begun. Look at that front end loader. They're working around what was Three River Stadium. That's a live look from our chopper. Demolition crews successfully imploded the stadium about a half an hour ago.
When the big blast went off, Channel 11 had cameras inside the stadium recording every angle of the implosion. Here's a view from one of those 6 cameras.
And another look from the inside, this time a different angle.
And it went down in just about 17 seconds at about 8 o'clock this morning, an hour and a half ago. You know, Channel 11's Rick Earl wasn't as close as that, but he was pretty darn close.
He was at controlled demolition with all those folks at the staging area, which is as close as people were allowed to get. And I'm sure he didn't want to be too much closer than that. Rick, go ahead.
Well, that's right, David. We were about 650 feet from Three River Stadium. That was well inside the 800-foot safety zone. But fortunately, when the dust cloud came out, it went towards the river and went down towards Point State Park. So we didn't experience any dust here and any of the debris either. Of course, CDI folks say that this demolition went according to plan. Now, there are a number of people out here, out and about, and they are walking up to where Three River Stadium used to stand, and there's a big fence around that old the stadium site there, and they are walking up to it, taking a look at the debris and what's left of it after the implosion. Let me talk to this gentleman here. He was up there.
Yes, sir.
What'd you see up there? What's it look like?
Well, we were up on top of a big building looking down. Any reason to be in Pittsburgh, drink beer, watch stuff blow up, can't beat it.
So you got a chance to come down here and you went up to the site. What did you see up there? What's it look like?
Well, it's amazing because you're so used to seeing that big structure and it's just like so low now. I think they're just surveying it to see how well it was blown up. So it's
how
pretty
about
cool.
your vantage point this morning when you saw it come down?
We're up on the parking garage. We had the perfect spot, and we were getting real rowdy up there, and it was a good time.
Was it what you expected?
Actually, no, it was not as loud as I would have liked it. We were all expecting this big, huge, percussion feeling. It wasn't all that, but it was still a good time.
Mixed emotions about it coming down, or you think it's time for a change? And
I think every weekend they should blow something up, and if they blew the two new ones up, I'd be here watching.
A lot of fun, a lot of excitement. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. A lot of people down here having a good time, obviously, having a lot of fun. Of course, as Doug Loizo from Controlled Demolition said, this is obviously a spectator sport, so a lot of people took it that way.
Rick, we love him. What can you say? Getting a little bit lit up there and watching things blow up.
He'd like to see it happen every weekend.
He wants to blow a building up
every day.
We'll
let Doug Loizo at Controlled Demolition know that.
That's right. Meantime, they got work to do, and the front-end loaders are already busy plowing things away there at what was Three River Stadium. We have another spectacular view, of course, and that comes from Chopper 11. Channel 11's Andy Gassmeyer has been live in the chopper all morning long. Andy, any differences that you noticed since the last hour?
Well, the difference I notice right away, David, as we look at one of about a dozen front-end loaders already working at the scene, is we've been out to the county airport to refuel, and you come back to the scene. We're flying about 1,800 feet over the stadium right now. It doesn't appear to be as much of a scene as it was before in terms of how high that rubble appeared to be off the floor of the stadium as it did when it was first imploded. However, we should note that there are probably about a dozen front-end loaders at work. There is a section of the stadium where we noted before it seemed to be sitting pretty high off the floor of the stadium. That is a section of bleachers or seats on the southwest corner of the stadium that they have marked off with one of those yellow caution ribbons. Apparently there's some concern about that collapsing or being something of a hazard. I would suspect that they are probably trying to take inventory right now as they go about assessing how well this whole thing worked before they send all of these front-end loaders in to begin carrying this rubble out. I don't see any dump trucks on the scene yet, so there's not too much they can do, you would think, because a lot of this rubble that these front-end loaders will pick up will be dumped into these dump trucks. And they're under the gun, so to speak, because this has to be cleared out of the way and work begun on a access, a roadway that will eventually connect to PNC Park. 2 months from tomorrow, that is April 9th.
All right, Andy, thank you very much. Talk about not wasting any time. They really have no time to waste, and that's why that front-end loader and other construction crews and equipment are busy on the job right now, just minutes after the implosion.
And Natasha Brown has been over at Point State Park for much of the morning. Wondering, Natasha, from your vantage point, I mean, now there's like a whole new perspective when you look across the Allegheny River, but can you see inside? Can you see the actual work crews working?
Well, actually, from this vantage point, we really don't see a lot of activity, not inside the stadium, and pretty much none on the outside either. We're just pretty much looking at some of the rubble here, the Giant Eagle sign, I guess one of the biggest memorabilia still left out there that you can see. We see some folks, though, still hanging around here, actually taking pictures, trying to still capture what's left of Three Rivers Stadium at this point. But it was just a very exciting time here at Point State Park. Hundreds and hundreds of people from all over the place gathered here just to watch the implosion take place. It was just amazing to see it for ourselves just across the Allegheny River. It just took about 17 seconds, as you guys said. It seemed a lot quicker, at least from where we were. But folks were very excited here, and some folks that we talked to earlier said they even had tears in their eyes just seeing the stadium imploded earlier today. So lots of mixed feelings among folks who came out this morning. Many of them showed up here at Point State Park at 6 o'clock this morning. That's when police started letting them in, and some of them even showed up a little earlier than that just to make sure they had the best spot here. And of course, as Rick mentioned it, as you could see earlier, we pretty much got the brunt of all the dust and debris. There was no doubt about that. So the safety glasses that we had and the dust mask that we all had here definitely came in handy. There's no doubt about that. Back to you guys.
You're no worse for the wear, Natasha. Still looking good there. Thank you very much for that live report. Three Rivers, of course, has been blown to smithereens. You've seen some of the work crews already doing the work. Channel 11 Steve Chenevy has the details now on what's ahead with the short and long-term goals.
Part of the deadline pressure is to ensure that we have 2 120-foot right-of-ways cut through where the debris will be after the implosion.
Eventually, 3 new roads will be built in the space between the 2 new stadiums, an extension of General Robinson Street, a new North Shore Drive, and a street called Steelers Way, built right where Three Rivers is now. There will also be room for 1,600 surface parking spaces, but they won't be ready until next football season, and even then they won't be permanent. The Sports and Exhibition Authority, along with the Pirates and Steelers, have bigger development plans for the 25-acre site, saying in 4 years, the area where Three Rivers stands now will be bustling with activity.
Filled with restaurants and sports bars and some office space and a very diverse mix of development.
In the short term, the plan is build the roads first, then the parking lot. While the surface parking will not be ready for the start of baseball season, officials say fans can park in this new 900-space garage near PNC Park that will be finished in time for the Pirates opener.
Sports and Exhibition Authority officials tell me eventually they plan to build 2 more parking garages to make up for the lack of surface parking. On the North Shore, Steve Chenevy, Channel 11 News.
And the success, I should say, of this morning's implosion depended greatly.
It's been a long morning.
It depended greatly on the weather.
The weather had to cooperate with us, Kevin, and it did. Great morning this morning.
Yeah, it was just about perfect. There you see some video from high in the sky in Chopper 11 looking down on what once was Three Rivers Stadium. Now just a pile of rubble there, as you can see. You know, we had live local storm warning Doppler 11 radar on high intensity here today, and you can see that this is actually the smoke plume from just after 8 o'clock earlier today. The radar sensing that. You can see how actually the dust kind of blew just kind of downwind here. The wind was coming out of the northwest, and you can see how it blew across the north side over the Allegheny River right there, on over into parts of Point State Park. There's the Golden Triangle right there. That, of course, is Fort Pitt Bridge that runs over into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and there you can see even some of that dust that kind of blew down into parts of the south side towards Station Square. So I just thought that was interesting. I wanted to show that to you. The dust plume is detected by Channel 11's Doppler 11 radar. All right, here's a look at satellite images. You can see the sky is clear. We're looking for a good deal of sunshine here today, folks. Temperature is 22 degrees with a wind chill of 5. It is mostly clear right now. Here's what you can expect today. Sunny conditions, 30 for a high, 22 this evening. Cold again, 17 tonight. Here is a quick check of the 5-day forecast now, and you can see it gets a little milder as we head over the next few days. In fact, tomorrow goes to 40, Tuesday goes to 48 degrees, Wednesday some showers and 45, then it's going to get a little colder on Thursday, and maybe some flakes there by Thursday night early into Friday as it gets a little cooler, but you can see highs in the 40s. There's a check of your weather forecast. Now let's check traffic. Here's Katina Forte.
Thanks, Kevin. Of course, there were some large crowds downtown to see the big implosion, and many of the crowds have dissipated. If you're traveling on the downtown side of the Parkway East, traffic is actually moving along very well. There were some roads that were closed. Of course, the Fort Duquesne Bridge, Fort Pitt Bridge, Route 65 at the merge point with Fort Duquesne Bridge. All of those roadways have been reopened. If you're traveling down from Mount Washington, McCardle roadway is actually pretty clear at this hour. There's a little bit of a backup as you head across the Fort Duquesne Bridge, but once you make your way to the suburban side of the Parkway East and the Parkway West, traffic is actually moving along very well. In addition to that, the streets on the North Shore inside the blast zone, they have also been reopened. So feel free to travel along Federal Street, Ridge Avenue, and Riesdale. Newland and David, back to you.
Katina, thanks so much. And while the Pirates get ready to play in their new home over at PNC Park, Steelers fans are getting ready to play in the still unnamed football field.
That's right. Doesn't have a name yet. We'll find out what it's going to be. Could it be Arthur Rooney Senior Stadium? Could it be a corporate name? We'll find out. More meetings are scheduled in the next month on that issue. The opening day will be determined in the spring when the NFL announces its schedule. The Pirates' home opener is not until April 9th, but workers at that new ballpark are already sharpening their skills. Ushers, ticket takers, other workers at PNC Park had to take part in some training programs. The work included everything from customer service and problem solving to attitude and appearance. And a proposed 70-foot pirate ship planned to dock outside the stadium won't be built by opening day. That was somewhat controversial there for a few months. The ship's design is complete, but corporate funding has not been secured as of yet. The $2 million life-size replica was approved by the City Planning Commission back in September. Talks continue on potential sponsors there.
And our coverage of the big blast and the implosion will continue in just a minute.
First, though, here's a live look at the rubble left from Chopper 11. That is the new PNC Park, and as we open it up there, she used to be there. She's not there anymore, though.
And we want to show you what the big blast of Three Rivers Stadium looked like from right here on top of Television Hill.
Count on important medical news from Channel 11 News, coverage you can count on.
When the New York Times has financial questions and wants accurate answers, it calls D.B. Root & Company. When USA Today has financial questions and wants accurate answers, it calls D.B. Root & Company. Shouldn't you be calling D.B. Root & Company too? From taxes to estates to insurance and investing, D.B. Root & Company provides the personal, professional service you require. Get the answers by calling D.B. Root & Company. Full-service financial planners.
Monday at 5 on Channel 11 News. A $7,000 deck that doesn't meet code, a roof that leaked 30 days after it was built, and joist hangers are missing nails.
My deck looks like it's 20 years old and it's not even a year old.
Consumer investigator Becky Thompson exposes these home repair nightmares. Monday at 5. Coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
It is a story about hopes and dreams. A story so powerful that inspired a hit motion picture and an award-winning television series. And now, the stage is set for the North American premiere of the show that will live in your heart forever. Fame, the musical.
Grant Oliver Corporation is working hard to make sure airport parking meets the demands of the 21st century. Serving over 20 million passengers and growing, Pittsburgh International Airport is vital to our region's economy. Convenient parking is an important part of the airport's continued success. Travelers can choose from short-term garage, long-term, and extended parking. With low competitive rates and plans for even more spaces, Grant Oliver is working hard to ensure our airports and region's future success. Congratulations to our latest Watch 11 to Win winner. Jillian Harvey won $1,000 by playing Watch 11 to Win. Watch Channel 11 News between 5 and 6 for your chance to win.
And welcome back to our Big Blast coverage from Channel 11 this morning. You are looking live at the North Shore and the Three Rivers Stadium that is now rubble through Channel 11's Tower Cam. It took 31 years to build the memories, but came down in just about 19 seconds, an hour and 45 minutes ago.
And here's what it looked like from our Tower Cam when Three Rivers fell.
And there it goes. You can hear the fans cheering for, I guess, the memories. So
Right.
many memories were inside Three Rivers, and also, I guess, for the new memories at PNC Park and the yet-to-be-named Steelers Stadium. Our implosion coverage will continue in just a moment.
But first, some more news of the day from Stacia Ernest downstairs. Good morning, Stacia.
Good morning, David. Good morning, Newland. Here's what's making news today. State leaders are trying to make emissions inspections faster and cheaper. They want to review technology that may help do just that. All vehicles built since 1996 are equipped with technology which allows a mechanic to plug into the vehicle's computer to test its emissions, rather than the traditional tailpipe testing. Emissions testing is currently required for about 3.5 million Pennsylvania motorists in the Pittsburgh and Philadelphia areas. Today kicks off Child Safety Week. Stations are set up so parents and caregivers can take their child's car seat to have it checked to make sure it meets safety standards. You can have car seats checked at the following state police stations: in Beaver County, the first Tuesday of the month from noon until 3 p.m., and in Butler County, the first Friday of every month from 9 a.m. till 2 p.m. The owner of a Phillipsburg antique mall is going to be running for retired Congressman Bud Schuster's seat. Democratic Party brass nominated Center County Commissioner Chairman H. Scott Conklin yesterday. Now, Conklin doesn't yet know who his opponent will be. Schuster left office last week. He represented the 4th Congressional District in central Pennsylvania for 28 years. His son is among 4 candidates state GOP leaders will consider when they meet next week. Violence has erupted in India's state of Kashmir. Muslim separatists are suspected to be responsible for the attacks. Terrorists raided a village and shot 3 members of the village's defense group and killed their families. This attack follows a grenade attack that killed 8 police officers in Kashmir's winter capital on Friday. Aftershocks are still being felt in the earthquake zone in western India. The latest tremors came more than 2 weeks after the massive quake that killed thousands of people. One of the aftershocks registered a magnitude of 4.7. 9 small tremors followed. So far, there have been more than 260 aftershocks since the January quake, which killed 17,000 people. I'll have more news in 1/2 hour. Right now, though, let's get a check on our weather with Kevin Benson.
Yes, good morning, Stacia. Once again, we take a look at Channel 11's Doppler 11 radar, and this was an image that was recorded on Doppler 11 radar live at the time, just past 8 o'clock. You can see how radar was able to indicate the cloud of dust created by the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium, which is right there. You can see how that dust sort of made its way across parts of the North Shore here, across the Allegheny, on over toward Point State Park, into the Golden Triangle area, and then it kind of continued down onto the South Shore there, just on the south side of the Mon, over toward Station Square, and on over toward parts of Mount Washington, as you can see. But I thought you might find that interesting. Radar on high intensity, and one that was able to detect the cloud of smoke created by the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium. All right, let's get a look at satellite images right now. You can see that the sky is clear. Plenty of clear sky and sunshine here in southwestern Pennsylvania. Still a few clouds being generated as the wind comes out of the northwest off the lake. And again, it was that light northwest wind that sent that the cloud of dust in the direction that we just indicated. Anyway, you should see plenty of sun today, even though it will be cold. Temperature currently is 22 with a mostly clear sky. Just enough of a wind to create a 5-degree wind chill. These are temperatures across the region. 21 at Youngstown and Cleveland, 20 at Akron, 21 at Zanesville and Wheeling. And Butler is 21. Pittsburgh is 22. There's Latrobe at 25. How about 16 at Johnstown and DuBois? 23 at Indiana. Channel 11's weather predictor indicating some fair weather here. Plenty of sun today And you can see a clear sky overnight. Morning rush is in pretty good shape. Just a few clouds crossing the sky tomorrow. And we just want to quickly show you the forecast for today. A few clouds early, otherwise mostly sunny, cold, high of about 30. Tonight mostly clear, cold, low is 19. And your 5-day outlook. 40 degrees tomorrow, warms up a little bit for Tuesday and Wednesday. In fact, it looks like it'll be relatively mild right on through the week. That is your Channel 11 Carnegie Science Center forecast. Time is coming up on 9 before 10 on Implosion Sunday here in Pittsburgh. Let's get back upstairs. Here's David and Newland.
All right, Kevin, the weather certainly worked out today.
Yes, it did. And we want to give you an idea of what the implosion looked like right across the river from where we are right now at Point State Park. Shortly after the implosion, spectators there had to cover their faces to protect themselves from the debris as they watch it go down.
President's Day savings at Roth. Save on carpet, vinyl, wood, ceramic, and oriental rugs. Top quality carpet flooring at warehouse prices. Only at Roth. Stainmaster Pergo Armstrong in stock. Special savings on plush or Berber. As low as $139 a foot installed with pad. $99 oriental rugs, now just $59. Free credit too. For more information on carpet, flooring, and tips on care and maintenance, visit rothcarpet.com.
This African-American history moment brought to you by Applebee's Neighborhood Grill and Bar.
An emotional homecoming here in Pittsburgh for the last surviving Buffalo soldiers. These World War II veterans played a critical role in helping to bring Nazi Germany to its knees.
We are the last of the Buffalo soldiers. There will be no more. We're trying to bring out all of the evidence that we did perhaps a better job than what a lot of white America thought we were doing.
Applebee's Neighborhood Grill and Bar. Eating good in the neighborhood.
Rod Woodson, now that you've won the Super Bowl, what are you going to do next?
I'm going to Schultz Ford.
And if you want to be a winner too, check out these fabulous below-market prices at Schultz Ford. You'll score lots of points driving a brand new Mustang, equipped with air conditioning, CD, power windows, locks, and more. Now just $13,950. How about Pittsburgh's most popular sedan, a 2000 Taurus SE, now value priced at just $12,950. Wow, here's a winner, a 2000 Ford Focus SE, now just $11,950. Looking for a great value? Drive off in a 2000 Ford Contour, now for only $10,950. And with Schultz Ford below market pricing, every new and used vehicle is always priced below Kelley Blue Book, and that's our guarantee. Below market pricing, only at Schultz Ford, Route 19 Wexford, Route 8 Allison Park.
Storm Team 11 is weather coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
Welcome back, everybody, and good morning. Just shy of 10 o'clock this Sunday morning. Three River Stadium. Well, there it is, folks. Nothing but a pile of concrete and steel. A live look now from Chopper 11. It has been 2 hours since we said goodbye to the amazing Three River Stadium.
And David, here's another live perspective. This one from the USX Tower. That is the tallest building in downtown Pittsburgh, and it shows you the rubble that once was Three River Stadium. You're looking at it now. There you go. A nice vantage point. You can almost see the new Steelers Stadium and PNC Park. Back to Three Rivers right before it went down. And it came down in just about 19 seconds at 8 o'clock this morning. Three Rivers, which stood there for 31 years, now just a pile of rubble. We also have a vantage point from Chopper 11 this morning in Sky Zoom flying above it. As the fireworks go off right after that implosion, the fireworks courtesy of Zambelli International, the folks who do fireworks so well in the Steel City.
It was something to see. And there now, a look from Monterey Bay, high atop Mount Washington. What's left of Three River Stadium there. Beautiful Sunday morning. All right, Steve Chenevy remains at Monterey Bay, and let's go to him live now with more coverage.
Are we on now?
Well, David, you know, the party continues throughout the day today as you're taking a look at the new Steelers Stadium and where Three Rivers Stadium used to be. And joining me now, Steve Leeper from the Sports and Exhibition Authority. And now that Three Rivers is out of the way, it's time to start building some new buildings down there.
Well, we're first going to start getting this area cleaned out, and then we're going to start building roads, and we're under construction with a park. But as you can see around PNC, there's already some commercial restaurant development going on, and we're very anxious to see more.
You know, a lot of people are just wondering when they're going to start to see this development between the two stadiums, whether they be restaurants or whatever. Can you give us an idea of what the timeline looks like right now?
Well, it's sort of a natural progression. What you see first is the beginning on Federal Street as we speak. Then it'll start moving towards the Steelers Stadium, and as the roads form and they'll be completed by August this year, you will see development later on this fall.
Well, you know, we've heard about a 4-year timeline, I guess, for a lot of the project. I don't know if that's still the case or not, but do you think by maybe next baseball season, that kind of thing, or even by this football season?
Well, any development that would occur would probably need 18 months to complete in terms of construction. So you will see things going on much sooner than 4 years. You'll see something by, as I said, by the end of this summer, and you'll start to see buildings up and operating here in the next 18 months. So we're very happy with the timeline. What's the most important thing now is to get the road system in place and the park in place, so development is more attractive.
Well, you were down at the command center, had one of the closer views, I guess you could say. What'd you think?
Well, it is a great view. First of all, I'm glad it's over. We were somewhat impeded by the highway system, but the amazing thing about it was that when you walked into the Steelers Stadium, you realized how perfectly they dropped this building, and it didn't affect the Steelers Stadium whatsoever. The mayor and I were in there right after the implosion occurred, and the Steelers Stadium's in perfect order. We believe all the property was safe, and most importantly, we believe all the people were safe, and that was our main goal.
All right, Steve Leeper from the Sports and Exhibition Authority. That's it from Monterey Bay on Mount Washington. Back to you guys.
And the party continues up on Mount Washington this morning, that's for sure.
It's going to last a while. I think they have such a beautiful vantage point up there. Before we go to a commercial break, we're going to take a look again from the tower cam on top of USX Tower of the blast. And there she goes. We'll have more coverage of the implosion right after this, right here on Channel 11 News.
I'm meteorologist Julie Bologna. Weather coverage you can count on Channel 11 News.
When the New York Times has financial questions and wants accurate answers, it calls D.B. Root & Company. When USA Today has financial questions and wants accurate answers, it calls D.B. Root & Company. Shouldn't you be calling D.B. Root & Company too? From taxes to estates to insurance and investing, D.B. Root & Company provides the personal, professional service you require. Get the answers by calling D.B. Root & Company. Full-service financial planners.
Chrysler Town & Country. Re-engineered and redesigned with over 80 available safety and security features. Chrysler Town & Country, the best minivan